This is Sybert signing into Kane's Wrath on the map Desert Field for Game 1 in what will inevitably be a very long series of games, because welcome to the Kane's Wrath 2022 Winter Championship. This is the big event of 2022, and it's happening here right at the end of the year, or maybe even bleeding a little bit into next year. So welcome to Winter, and welcome to the 1v1 Winter Championship. We are in the upper bracket. This is the round of 8 for the upper bracket, and kicking us off in the top right-hand corner as the Cyan GDI, this is Dimitri. Meanwhile, his opponent in this best of 5 in the South Plain Orange Plain marked of Kane, this is DuneTiger. The Kane's Wrath Winter Championship features $1,000 donated by Rotter Milan and will be a multi-stage event. Indeed, as I cast these games, the next stage has not even happened yet. So we are going to be checking out these games, but we truly don't know where this thing is going from here. We do know one thing: Bike Rush Owns will not be the champion. Indeed, he is sitting this one out. He is organizing it and hosting the event. He is also casting and streaming the event. So he is not playing. He is not participating. And this prize will not go to him. What a bit of a shocker for some people. I know definitely a lot of people were expecting Bike Rush Owns to be showing up to an event like this. I mean, last year, basically what happened, and, well, Bike Rush Owns did quite well in the big event of last year, but not so much this year. He is going to be taking a step aside and into a different role, and that does mean that a fresh face, someone who hasn't won a tournament of this size, is going to be taking this one home. In the round of 8 of the upper bracket, we have, as you already know, DuneTiger and Dimitri, but we also have Rex and Leaf, Futurama and Shoktrepet, Phoenix and Green Zero. 8 incredible players to see us into the end of the upper bracket, and the playoffs are indeed a double elimination event. So the group stages have already happened. I did not do any coverage of the group stages. I'm jumping right into the playoffs, and this is a sort of multi-weekend event, or multi-week event, with, I believe, the grand finals set to be played shortly after the new year in 2023. DuneTiger playing Marked of Kane, Dimitri playing GDI, a matchup which has become very familiar over the course of the last year, but certainly the last 2 years. 2021, 2022 have seen a lot of GDI and a lot of Marked of Kane. Perhaps more GDI than Marked of Kane, but certainly a healthy amount of Marked of Kane. Double EMP, double Mutant Hovel, quadruple Tib Spikes on this map. Bike's going to be coming in here. First bit of harassment. DuneTiger is going to be able to find one Harvester for sure. Depends on how much he wants to commit to this attack. Depends on how much he wants to stick around as to whether or not he might be able to sneak out another Harvester kill. But it will be just one, and the exit for DuneTiger. A nice opener. He did not deny the blue Tiberium Harvester. That's where the Pitbulls were. But he does get the kill on one Harvester back at home. Other than that, things are progressing quite normally for both of these players. 4 refineries, 2 war factories apiece. It is quite a normal game, and this is a map that I'm a bit unfamiliar with. I can't remember if I've seen one game on this map or no games on this map, but you do have sort of a normal 3 base split, but I mean, this third one, it starts off as quite a slim field. It grows up a bit over time, but it is one of these maps that has the 3 maps per player. Another Harvester taking a lot of damage here. Going to be trading out a couple of bikes for this. One bike splitting to the wrong side of the War Factory. Will pay the price for that. Watchtower is going to be deployed by Dimitri. It's going to be a transition into the main base. Power down on one, and it is all defense all the time for Dimitri. DuneTiger finally finds his next Harvester. The others manage to survive, and one Harvester down for all of those bikes, all of those buggies. May not be too bad, but the bleeding is not going to stop now. Tibcore could be on the way, could be supercharged particle beams as well, but this many bikes, you almost feel like it has to be Tibcore above all else for DuneTiger. Dimitri starting to split his forces. It's Matt's Pitbull in the north and the south. WayPMO has finished up that command post, has been around for a little while. MCV takes a good amount of damage. Tibcore would have helped to finish that off, but the upgrade has not finished just yet. One bike gets left behind, and the Reclamator hub will be scouted on exit. It is Mass Bike Buggy, but as the GDI technological arm advances, it is going to be harder and harder to keep this unit composition rolling. 2 Predator tanks do go down. Massive splash damage from that sonic emitter. Another Harvester does go down, and it's going to be the Tib Vane detonation on top of this field. Finds a couple of Pitbulls, weakens the defense here as DuneTiger goes hunting for more and more Harvesters. Dimitri has been completely thinned out. He spent all of his cash on what? On an MCV, on sonic emitters, and more Marvs. But it's not going to be enough to stop these bikes. The shots are being dodged. The damage is not coming through as Tibcore finishes up for these bikes, and massive damage onto these Harvesters. More and more Harvesters going down. Dimitri so close to that perfect GDI endgame, but he's just not finding it. The damage is split across the Harvesters, but it doesn't even matter. There's too many bikes, there's too many rockets, and this GDI economy is absolutely trashed. Finally, the bleeding stops. Finally, Dimitri can get himself back under cover, but there isn't much left. Its Avatar's out on the map. Redeemer is nearly done as well versus one Marv. Now he is Marvisting up that field. He is taking as much of that money away from DuneTiger as he can. Another radar jamming missile comes through, but it is going to be a difficult fight for Dimitri from here on out. No, it's going to be an impossible fight as Dimitri calls the GG, taps out. We saw an amazing performance from Dimitri earlier this year in East versus West. The dude was punching above his weight class, fighting like we've never seen before. But here today, DuneTiger had his number. Game 1 of this best of 5 goes to the Aussie from down under. The DuneTiger will advance into game number 2 with a 1-point advantage. And that takes us to Tiberium Rift for game number 2. Perhaps the equalizer, or perhaps the creation of more of a gap between this man in the top left-hand corner. This is the orange marked of Kane, is DuneTiger. And the man in the bottom right-hand corner, the pink nod, this is Dimitri. Nod versus marked of Kane. Dimitri reckons his odds a bit better than playing that regular old GDI. Of course, this is 1.02 plus R19J. R19 introducing a bit of a change to the overall balance of the game. Perhaps a bit of refinement and fine-tuning to the overall goal and message of 1.02 plus. And that is what this tournament is going to be played on. So some of the previous big events from the past, they were on different versions of 1.02 plus, and maybe that GDI was a little bit more favored there, but maybe it's a little bit more even here. I mean, I think it was East versus West. As entertaining and as fun as that event was, I'm pretty sure that is the event where it basically just turned into fast-teching GDI players, and it's like we had 2 1v1s and a 2v2, and basically all 8 players, both teams, were just playing GDI, fast-teching to juggernauts, mass sonic emitters, multi-MCV, all of that stuff. So it is nice to see a bit more variety, to see the GDI players not just stomp everyone else. But Dimitri That was not a full power game in that last one. He thought he could get away with a very greedy play, a very greedy set of decisions where he went straight for the ultra late game with hardly any defense, and he was doing okay. And then suddenly that one click, that Tib Vane detonation found a chunk of his pit bulls, and the rest was the Tib core. Just pass after pass from those Tib core. Okay, we'll see what he can do. This is 5 bikes. It's not a huge investment, but it is a bit. You're looking for 1 harvester here. If you get 2, well, we'll see how many he can actually get with the trades. There's more than enough bikes here to hold off this, so it's just going to be trading back and forth, but perhaps scouting that second war factory and the position of it is the greatest get for DuneTiger. He knows what the plan is from Dimitri, and in this moment, I guess he hopes that he has a second war factory of his own, but it's going to be further down in the south, perhaps, as Dimitri looks to put on the pressure. Double war factory in the south, moving towards that natural expansion of DuneTiger, and Dune drops his second war factory in the north. His MCV is in the south. It perhaps is a bit exposed, but for now, it is going to be safe. As Dimitri turns back around, his attack bikes are not going to chance it. He knows that this has been spotted. He knows that DuneTiger will be expecting it. And Dune now going to be moving out. We did see a couple of rockets here from Dimitri. Both of these guys zeroing out on cash as they prioritize that second war factory before their economies. And it is 5 harvesters in the main. Should be for both players, yep. All right, 5 harvesters, so no one has skimped on harvester numbers to try and get out a couple of bikes a bit more quickly. Of course, at this point, it would actually be to your detriment to skip that 5th harvester, but then the 3rd refinery has only been established for 1 player at this point. DuneTiger edges out a bit of an economic advantage, and here's the buggy scout coming in from Dimitri. He is going to know what is going on. He don't actually know if he scouted far enough. He got almost all the way there with that buggy, and then he turned around. He can suspect, but I don't know if he actually saw that refinery. He himself has his own refinery, so perhaps he doesn't realize he's a little bit behind in the economy talk, but evenly matched in almost all other things. Aha! Scorpion tanks. One place where Nod can absolutely get the victory over Marked of Kane is in those late-game Scorpion fights. Laser capacitors versus non-laser capacitors. And if you are a big Scorpion player, then that can be a nice way to kind of transition into the late game, is with those laser capacitor Scorpions. Gives you what you need in the early and mid-game, and gives you a viable alternative to just going for fast avatars. And all right, the clock is ticking. DuneTiger has his own Scorpions as well, and it's going to be, until those upgrades kick in, that this will be a fair fight. Real quick, let's highlight what exactly Rodermalon did donate for. It is this event, $1,000 in total. First place gets 300 of that. Second place gets 185, and playoffs are a double elimination, so there will not be a discrete bronze match. It will just sort of happen naturally as the double elimination gets funneled down to the grand finals. So third place will walk away with $105, and fourth place will walk away with $75. That is how the bulk of the prize is being distributed. However, there are still some other prizes, and I believe there was also a mid-level championship which fed into the main event, which is sort of an open bracket. Everyone can participate. By the way, DuneTiger, he is a big advocate of not stealing that blue Tiberium early, and here we see him taking his load of blue Tiberium from the middle of the map after his 3rd war factory, so he thinks that is the proper time to do it. MCV on the move from Dimitri. This game playing out a bit more slowly than the last one, and it's going to be Scorpion tanks with dozer blades versus Scorpion tanks with no dozer blades, but I spoke too soon. The Dozer Blades finishing up just in time for Dimitri. Both of these guys nearly zeroing out their bank accounts. Dune perhaps floating a little bit more, keeping himself in the black a little bit longer and away from that red. Dimitri trying to go for the expansion, and it looks like it is zeroing out with the amount of production that he has going on. A couple of rocket squads are out. Panic Fanatics perhaps, but Fanatics nonetheless making an appearance here from Dimitri. DuneTiger will be losing a couple of Scorpion tanks on exit. He is shifting his focus to the northern half of the map. He's going to try and grab another Harvester load of blue Tiberium, and it's going to be Bikes committing big into the north. DuneTiger is going to find the forces of Dimitri, and he is going to look to make the damage happen in the north because he is going to be losing out in the south. No, Dimitri pulls away. Dimitri perhaps with the tank advantage, but he will disengage and look to set up his own third base. First refinery on the third has been established for Dimitri. DuneTiger, on the other hand, a little bit slower to get that third. Faster on the eco in the first part of this game, but slower to the late game economy. And it's going to be 2 war factories for DuneTiger. He's sold off one of them, but he also hasn't gotten his tier 3. He's just sticking with that operations center for the current moment. Secret Shrine as well. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a infantry transition for this Marked of Kane player. I think Fast Legs was the upgrade of choice. Bike Buggy Scorpion, he is sticking to it. DuneTiger has that barracks in the middle of the map. He does have a couple of Enlightened here, and he is hoping that these Enlighteneds are going to be able to blast through the Scorpion tanks of Dimitri. It might just be the perfect ticket to transition into the ultra late game as third bases are coming up for both players. Oh, Bikes just getting massacred here. 4, 5, 6 Bikes maybe going down as that engagement starts out a little bit better for DuneTiger than for Dimitri. It's a best of 5, but it's also a double elimination format, so this game is not the end of the road for either player. This match is not the end of the road for either one of these players. But of course, you want to keep your hopes alive. You want to be headed into the upper bracket semifinals rather than to your first potential elimination match in the lower bracket. Scorpion tanks pushing forward, no big upgrades. That laser capacitor still hasn't come online for Dimitri. He's waiting perhaps for the cash in the bag to be able to get it, or maybe he's just been more focused. Oh, okay, it looks like it's moments away from finishing, and that is going to change the face of the game here. Laser capacitors finishes up. Dimitri is going to have a little bit of a backstab to worry about here. The Bikes are going to be finding Harvesters, going to be finding the unprotected back door of Dimitri's base, and they're actually going to be going a little bit for a split of the damage, attacking both Harvesters and the Tier 3 tech, giving Dimitri some additional time to respawn. His own Bike's going to be coming up, and it's going to be the Harvesters that are the target. Laser capacitors on top of these buggies as well, going to be helping to thin out the herd of Bikes that much more quickly. The third base has been established for both players. The stealing of the blue Tiberium does continue for DuneTiger as he finds ways to get out that bit of extra cash, and there is actually a legitimate parking problem for Dimitri as he does not have enough refineries for the sheer number of Harvesters that he has got. He could have more cash in the bank as both of these guys float well past 3,000 credits in their bank account. They're both climbing quite high, their production not quite keeping up, and the bottleneck is just being made worse for Dimitri with not being able to refine all of that Tiberium. It means if he wants to press the go button on his production, it's going to be a little bit slower to be activated. More EMPs. One EMP lands. Good number of tanks getting caught. 2 more tanks do get caught by that EMP. Nicely done there. And when your opponent is retreating like that, focusing down those EMP tanks is the right move for sure. Venoms are here for Dimitri, but is it maybe a little bit too late? The damage has been done. We'll see if Dimitri is able to pull off the win here. His tanks are getting funneled sort of one at a time, miscontrolled here, one after the other, miscontrolled into the enemy guns, and it's going to be a massacre of Dimitri. He's got the better upgrades, he's got the better units on paper, but the engagement was so much better for DuneTiger. DuneTiger absolutely slaughters the superior tanks. tanks of Dimitri, and a couple more die on exit. The Vane detonation finds the weakened tanks, and it's going to be up to the Venoms to try and even the score. And what has this Marked of Kane player wrought? It is going to be chaos and carnage in the base of Dimitri. He loses out in the tank fight. 1-1, he should have won. And yet DuneTiger absolutely slaps him with his inferior tanks and brings the fight to him in the corner of the map. Although these harvesters have not been made safe, Dimitri getting some extra bits of damage. Has he alleviated the 2 refinery problem? Yes, he has. He finally has that cash flowing nicely. Venoms, somewhat unanswered. I mean, when your answer is, what was it, a couple of SAM sites? What even was the answer there? I'm not actually sure what the anti-air answer is for DuneTiger. He seems to be underprepared. It's going to be the stealth tanks as he cleans out a couple of the Venoms, forces the others away. It's going to be the Redeemer to close out the game for DuneTiger. The last game got out of control for Dimitri. He suddenly found himself in a situation where he did not have the tools ready. He made a greedy miscalculation, and here he has been well set up. Oh no. One more refinery goes down. A bit too slow on the sell-off there for Dimitri. DuneTiger goes for the scout. He takes a look around the base of Dimitri. Big EMP lands for DuneTiger. Although some of these units going to be coming out of their sleeping mode, and it's going to be tanks trying to find the damage, and another EMP lands. More tanks taken out of the fight. Dimitri's superior tanks are inferior when they're dead, and dead is the thing that they have in common with most of the other units in this game. Dimitri falling apart as the Redeemer steps out onto the field for DuneTiger, and the one-clicks crash into the refineries of Dimitri. Dimitri just falls to pieces. This game, which should have been a more even fight, has just been falling away and falling apart. The Redeemer is the last step here for Dimitri. His last chance to try and claw this game back. Engineering facility still here for DuneTiger as well. Although maybe he doesn't actually have his Redeemer yet. I'm not sure where it is. There it is. Double Engineer Redeemer. So no Tiberium weapons for DuneTiger. He's instead, oh, that supercharged particle beam. It's actually not enough damage to be significantly more than the Engineer, but it is slowly but surely chipping away at that Redeemer. And now suddenly, the shoe is on the other foot. The laser capacitors being the earlier upgrade for Dimitri, giving his Venoms the edge, but now the supercharged particle beams have been activated, and DuneTiger has the advantage. Rage Gen fires off. I'm not sure that's going to do too much. Well, a couple of Scorpion tanks. One Scorpion tank at least going down. And the Fanatics also taking a bit of damage from that. Stealth field comes in. The Stealth Redeemers fighting back and forth with each other. Looking for that critical Rage Generator to fire off. Redeemer steps forward. Both players looking for that juicy engagement, but not finding it just yet. One Venom comes in. The scouting Venom, perhaps for the Catalyst missile. It hasn't fired off yet. Not enough cash in the bank. Never mind. Dimitri down near $0 in the bank. DuneTiger floating in nearly 4K. One of these guys has the cash for one clicks, and one of them does not. You always have to love the late game air harassment. Is he just going to sit there and take it? I mean, he could potentially win that fight if he had more Venoms, but not versus the quad turrets, not with the Tib Core missiles. One more Harvester does go down for Dimitri. DuneTiger, he is up 1-0 in this series. He is looking to go to match point. He is not making any obvious mistakes to cause himself to lose this game from this position. He took those Scorpion tank engagements so incredibly well, fighting with inferior tanks to still come out ahead. Scorpion tank gets eaten up there. EMP is mostly a whiff. Okay, never mind. He does catch one. He catches one. And it's going to be the stealthy avatar transition behind the scenes. DuneTiger's cash has been fueled into avatars. Both of these guys above 3K and 4K cash in the bank. When you see it frozen like that, that is what that means. It just means they're above that number somewhere. We don't know exactly where, but above that number somewhere. 3-4 more tanks getting caught on the fringes of the engagement. No, actually, no, these two survived. So that last EMP only spelling doom for 2 tanks. Harvester may get added on down in the south here. All 3 fields actively harvested by both players. They all have all 3 fields of theirs under their control. And of course, if you can let the Tiberium regrow a little bit, you can get the benefit of that. But in this kind of a situation where it's been so close for so long, I can understand why these players do not want to give the opportunity for Tib regrowth, you know, to come back to it in 5 minutes, even though it is technically more money than you would get if you were actively harvesting it. Avatars have found the perfect moment to engage, and the EMP lands. This Redeemer still marching on forward. The GG gets called. Dimitri knew the Redeemer was caught and killed, and that will do it. DuneTiger, for the first half of that game, he was kind of looking like I thought he was looking for the danger zone, but then that series of Scorpion tank engagements, those EMPs saved DuneTiger in game number 2 and gave him control, and it took him 10 more minutes after that point to actually win the game. But that careful, cautious play will send DuneTiger into game number 3 with a 2-point advantage. And that takes us to Nova Reparius for game number 3. Our first decider match of many, many. And will it truly be a decider, or will it finally be the start of the comeback from this man in the north, the blue GDI? This is Dimitri. He is down 0-2. He needs your energy and the hope for a return to form. Meanwhile, playing as the orange, still the Marked of Kane. He is loving this combination, loving these games. This is DuneTiger. Orange, Marked of Kane, and looking at our first 2-0 lead of the event. In the upper bracket quarterfinals, we have 4 best of 5, so it will be a guaranteed 12 games, but up to 20 games in this video. If you haven't figured out, there are indeed timestamps in the description so that you guys can, or at least matchups. I actually don't know if there will be timestamps, but there will be at least matchups in the description so you can see who the folks are who are playing in this first round. Ooh, double EMP in the corner, but only one of them has been captured. Meanwhile, it is going to be a Tib spike per player, a couple of bunkers, and this is a quite interesting distribution of units from Dimitri. He is genuinely going for a bit of a split for as many buildings as he can, which is not something we see very often. It does appear that DuneTiger has found a way through, so the anti-scouting is not complete. And when you are playing GDI versus Marked of Kane, really when you're playing anything versus Marked of Kane, it is so hard to deny these scouts. EMP lands, another EMP lands, and it is going to be the annoyance of having your MCV paused for just a couple of seconds, but it is so hard to deny the scout of a Marked of Kane player. Awakened have so much health. They have so much strength in the early game. I mean, just look at that. While a Watchtower is gunning down these units, they still get the kill on 2 rifleman squads. And it was basically 1 2/3. 1 2/3 Awakened squads got the kill on all of those, on 2 full health rifle squads, and sustained damage from a Watchtower. It's incredibly difficult to deny the Marked of Kane player from the scout. Now on this map, a map that I am unfamiliar with, you do have a backdoor pocket natural, but it is a backdoor natural that is very small and very exposed. tons of space around that Tiberium field to cause problems. A third watchtower deployed and now sold off. A not very good opening here for Dimitri. DuneTiger has found his first mark, and it is going to be this Harvester dead, done, and dusted. It's going to be 3 Pit Bulls on the defense here, but this is not a good start. Another Harvester right on the edge of damage there. So much DPS from these bikes. This is a bit of a committed opening with double War Factory into a third refinery. DuneTiger doesn't have a lot of cash back home, so he needs to keep the fight on Dimitri's side of the map, and this opening is fantastic for that. Engineer may be able to save Dimitri here as that EMP, oh no, it's got scouted, never mind. I thought he might be able to get a miracle catch of these bikes, and he might be able to get some kind of amazing kill on all of those bikes, denying any additional damage, as well as securing the kill on those bikes. But it is not meant to be, unfortunately for Dimitri. He does get scouted. He gets his own third refinery up. Again, it's a little bit slower than he would like, but he does get that third refinery up. He does get his natural expansion started, and he has, so far, pushed away these bikes without taking too much damage. That was a lot of bikes committed. That could have been more Harvesters. It still makes you feel good when you're ahead of your opponent economically. You commit all of those bikes, you send in for the attack, and then you still end up on Harvesters, up on refineries compared to your opponent. So I can't fault DuneTiger anything. He has played this one out extremely well. He is very comfortable, very confident heading into this game number 3. And Dimitri, who I thought was going to be just the player to look out for, is getting a little bit clowned on. It's not the end of the tournament. Even if he falls down here in this series, he goes to the lower bracket where he can fight it out to try and make a name for himself. Second Harvester comes in. EMP will be dodged. Nicely done. 2 bikes and a buggy will get caught, and he's going to try and commit into the attack. Pit Bulls go for the attack, but it's going to be the bikes recommitting to the engagement that find at least 1 kill, and they're going to pay for it on the exit. Rocket Squad's getting gunned down consistently. So many bikes, so many Pit Bulls low on health. Those finishing shots not coming through for either player to really clean up those last couple of units. Radar jamming missile fires off. Tib core about a quarter of the way done from DuneTiger as he moves on towards the middle of the map. He's got his MCV crawling towards that center contested third Tiberium field. And is he actually going to be able to secure it? At this point, you honestly can expand backwards to that pocket natural and take that as your third, and it will be the equivalent of a normal third. So you do have a safety backdoor third, and that may be what Dimitri tries to take. His MCV is not headed that way. Instead, he's probably headed for a sonic emitter. There it is. Has to sell off a watchtower, but you don't mind that. This is a sonic emitter AP ammo. So he's skipped on the upgrade. He has delayed that upgrade to get out a Reclamator hub a little bit sooner and the sonic emitters. The tech was the choice over the upgrades for Dimitri. We'll see if he's going to pay for it here, but no, that was an amazing shot from that sonic emitter. It lands mostly on buggies, but the second shot finds the bikes as the Tib core finishes up, and a second sonic emitter will find the kill, but the Vane detonation finds almost every single Pit Bull. One by one, they go down as the GG comes out, and the perfect sweep is completed by DuneTiger. The 3-0 to send him into the next round. He will be up against the winner of Rex versus Masterleaf, and that is going to be the next match on the docket for us. Another best of 5 is coming your way right now, which sends us back to Desert Field as our game number 1. For the upper bracket quarterfinals, we're going to be seeing this game, well, 2 more times. In the north, plain orange, this is not a repeat of the last series, but it will feature one of these colors because it's plain GDI. This is Rex. A matchup that many people have been asking to see once again because it was just so darn entertaining the last time we saw these guys clash. In the south, playing the yellow-black hand, this is Masterleaf. We are back on this map. Double Tib Spike right near your main base. Nice and easy to capture. GDI versus Black Hand, a classic matchup from a bygone era. We got a little bit of EMP action and a little bit of Mutant Hovel action for each player, but it is going to be a Flame Rush. What variant, what specific variety of Flame Rush, we will have to wait and see. One Flame Tank, one Reckoner, one Flame Tank, no Reckoner, two Flame Tanks. Ooh, maybe Flame Tank Reckoner. Double, no, it's not going to be a double operations center. The possibilities aren't endless. There's really like 3 possibilities, but the theoretical possibilities are pretty darn close to endless. So we'll see exactly what Masterleaf chooses to do. Double Reckoner. MCV. No, okay, he gets spotted immediately, so the jig is up, and Rex knows what is happening. 5 games, but the first one is off to a spicy, flamey start. What is this second Reckoner for? It does indeed have a second Black Hand squad in it, so he did go double Operation Center. And it's going to be Harvesters after that. So this second Reckoner might be to try and split the damage, but the first Flame Tank is going to burn down the Tib Spikes. A nice, easy catch here on the edge of your opponent's base. Even though these Tib Spikes are close, they will not be adequately defended, and they will go down. Both Tib Spikes going down and opening up the opportunity for this Reckoner to get in. He's going to go up close and personal with that Refinery. The Harvester will be protected by that Predator, but the Refinery may not be saved. One Black Hand squad is maybe just enough DPS to get the Refinery, and knocking down a Refinery and 2 Tib Spikes is a pretty serious amount of damage right from the beginning. It's not over. But boy, oh boy, does Masterleaf have a nearly perfect start here. Absolutely amazing opening here for Masterleaf. And if this is an omen of things to come, it is going to be a quick series number 2. He's going to get half of the health on this Refinery. He's going to get most of this Refinery. He's going to get another Refinery. This is going to be 3 Refineries. Are you kidding me? Masterleaf, go home. He's just too good. 3 Refineries, 2 Tib Spike. It's GG. The game isn't over, but it's locked up tight. It's in the vault. It's hiding away from the public. It's in the scoreboard already because this man has way too many Harvesters and no Refineries at all. 3 Refineries. Are you kidding me? What an insane opening by Masterleaf. That is a level of luck or precision that we have not seen in a long time. That was an amazing opener. I mean, come on. How long? I mean, that first Flame Tank, that was already pretty good. Double Tib Spike for 1 Flame Tank? Like, that's not bad. And then you get that Refinery? No way. You gotta be kidding me. And then, of course, it just keeps going. Predator tanks are the natural response, but Watchtowers will do to hold off this infantry transition, which is coming from Masterleaf. And hey, your Harvesters, they don't have enough Refineries anyways. You might as well use them to lazily run down those units. I mean, what else are those Harvesters going to be doing in the meantime? Not much. Not much at all. They don't have much to do. So yeah, use them to run down. Oh my gosh, I guess we did see the double. We saw the double secret shrine. Oh, that's cool when it deloads like that. We saw the double secret shrine, so we knew that Purifying Flame was going to be the choice. I mean, there are only like 2 infantry upgrades. What do we got? We got Black Disciples, we got Purifying Flame, and I'm pretty sure that's it. So that is basically it. Flame tanks are going to be coming in here. Masterleaf can give this game away, but buildings pretty much just get deleted in the face of Purifying Flame. Laser Fence was good. Oh, he still gets it with the dying breath. That refinery will go down as well. Triple Watchtower, and that double Vet Flame Tank nearly goes heroic, but it will die. The Predator tank gets the shot. Another flame tank comes in. The last refinery goes down. Masterleaf has actually denied every single refinery. The man has 8, 9 harvesters, and he has nowhere to send them to. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 harvesters, and truly no refineries. Absolutely insane. Rex, with $372 in the bank, gets his last refinery onto the field. I say last because it feels like this will be the last one he makes in this game. Are you kidding with how ridiculous this game has been from Masterleaf? What an insane opener for game number 1. The sickness is coming back, and suddenly Masterleaf is infecting us all with good times and big laughs. 2 Predator tanks left waiting on the north side of the map. It feels like you need absolutely everything you can possibly get to hold off Masterleaf's attacks. Flame tank is going to be coming in. Rocket squads are here. Well, there are maybe some decoy rocket squads. Never mind. GG gets called. Rex has been defeated. Masterleaf with a solid 1-0 beginning of this game. Absolutely insane first match from Masterleaf. I am so excited for the rest of this best of 5. And that will take us to the map, Tournament Wasteland, for game number 2. And we can all hope that it is as explosive as game number 1. Because spawning on the south side, choosing to stick with orange, but playing Scrin. This is Rex. And meanwhile, with a flamey, fiery start, playing that yellow, sticking with black hand, this is Masterleaf. Masterleaf with an amazing opening for us all to enjoy. Although, I do hope that Series number 2 is not as one-sided as Series number 1. DuneTiger and Dimitri, I expected to be a bit of a closer fight, a bit of a tighter match, but it's all over, and whoever wins this, Rex or Masterleaf, will advance on to fight DuneTiger. I guess if it's Rex, they're going to have to fight over who gets to play orange as well. Captain Havoc is here watching over this battlefield, making sure that everyone fights fair. 2 defensive towers, 2 mutant hovels, 1 EMP control center in the middle, and it looks like 2 tib spikes near your base. Perhaps those tib spikes will be a focus of an attack. He's doing it again. Oh, Masterleaf, the entertainment, perhaps it just never stops. That secret tank early on the scout, looking for the intel, looking for the information, and he dodges back. He senses, he notices, he has missed the flame tank, and he is honing in on its location. MCV is set up. Oh, this could be another rough opening. Of course, the MCV can take off, and that will break the attack of the flame tank. But we'll see if Rex is able to escape safely. If Masterleaf gets damage in that takeoff period, it will sustain massive damage to the drone ship. But the flame tank is being pushed aside. And okay, the Reckoners are going to find their way around the edges of the map somewhere. 1 through the middle. Only 1 Black Hand squad in that, 2 Black Hand squads in this one. This is the new tactic. 1 flame tank, 2 Reckoners, 3 Black Hand squads between them. And suddenly, Masterleaf is finding much less success. And that Reckoner is far away from anything of value. A blue Tiberium field will be run over by this Reckoner as a dev tank is nearby. And this Reckoner is going to have a much harder time getting nearly as much done as it did in the last game. One refinery, I think, can still go down. A war factory is going to be the real target, and Rex realizes his defense was not as close-knit as he thought. The nerve center might also be in range here. Instead, it's going to be the power plant going down. An upgraded power plant denying any additional base defenses from being deployed, and now the refinery after that. So Masterleaf still doing massive damage. Dev tanks out on the field make this a bit more of a compelling argument, but Rex is just taking so much damage. Even after all of this, the buzzers get eliminated and the Black Hand squads eject on out. They're going for the kill the old-fashioned way, and they are going to get a power plant before going for that refinery. They might actually rank up. They might actually go heroic off of all of this stuff that they have burned down. And the low power mode, no, the double buzzer will eventually get cleaned up, and not even enough to keep him in this game. Rex on the other side of the map is trying to put the pressure, bring the damage to Masterleaf, but I don't think it'll be enough. Masterleaf is holed up tight in this base. He has this build well prepped and researched. He is ready to go as Masterleaf gets crushed there, and the secret shrines will be sold off. The dev tank will eventually get burned down, and these two Black Hand squads, they are looking for every advantage that they can gain, but it is soon going to be over as those last two Black Hand squads get eliminated. Unfortunately for Masterleaf, he won't win the game off of that rush like he did last time, but he has given himself a very strong platform to push off from. Low power mode kind of saving some of these infantry units from Masterleaf. A couple of Seekers trying to sneak by, but they will get caught and killed, two of them at least. The third does manage to escape. Secret Shrine has purchased both of the upgrades, and Masterleaf can now transition into a normal game to, I assume, transition. Okay, yeah, there's the MCV pack up. He is going to be going for that natural expansion, and I think things will just stabilize from here. Rex didn't lose anything at his natural, which means, yes, he had to rebuild the nerve center, he had to rebuild his war factory, and he no longer has the quick income from that main base. But he didn't have to also reset his natural expansion, which is what happened last time. Oh no, Rex. Rex's harvester is offline. He doesn't realize it when you click into the fog of war and you don't realize you didn't actually click on the Tiberium crystals. Two flame tanks emerge from Masterleaf's base upgraded with Purifying Flame. 3-4 flame tanks are out on the field. Masterleaf has the potential to do massive game-ending damage if these flame tanks find their marks. All right, attenuated force fields has been purchased. It's not the game-winning move you would hope for, but all right, one flame tank down, 3 do remain, maybe 4. Masterleaf could be pumping out more and more flame tanks, 2 more in the main base. And Seeker tanks starting to harass, so Rex is actually trying to keep an eye on the other side of the map. He has got a Mastermind out on the field as well, and suddenly Masterleaf doesn't look quite as confident. Flame Tank will find the tier 3. He can find the stasis after that, and Masterleaf going for that splash damage, but will he actually find it? It's going to be Mechapeds on the other side of the map. They're going for the kill on all of these harvesters. Rex finally finding a bit of damage, finally finding an opportunity to get back in this game, but no! It's going to be the end of his mothership, the end of his drone ship, rather, as a fully heroic flame tank gets eliminated. The Mastermind on the other side of the map gets eliminated. And the Mechapeds are pretty much all that Rex has. What you see is what you get. No gravity stabilizer to bring himself back into this game. He is going to have to fight this one out with just the tech, with just the production that he has. Every unit that goes down is something that Masterleaf very likely never has to deal with again. One portal, one war factory, tier 2 tech. That is what Rex has, and he is going to have to try and find a way to go for the win with one refinery worth of income. One tib spike way in the corner for Rex as well, taking everything that we can into account to try and give Rex the best chance we can at taking this game. Masterleaf almost fumbled, but he has cleared the last hurdle, I do believe, here in game number 2. A slam dunk opening to this series. Dev Tank is getting targeted down. I did like the attempt of the Ichor Seed for the quick refuels on Tiberium Charge, but Harvester after Harvester can actually go down. I mean, it's only one refinery, so you don't need that many Harvesters anyways, but at some point, you would like to keep some of the Harvesters alive, and in this case, it's probably more than whatever Rex just got eliminated down to, so it's going to be a rough road for the rest of this game for Rex, and it is going to be a rough fight for the rest of this series, unless he just dies very quickly in game number 3, but we'll see. It is going to be the last chance at the comeback. It would be extremely disappointing to have both openers just be absolutely one-sided slams, or both, well, last refinery goes down. Truly, what you see is what you get. Rex has got 10 seconds every, or 10 credits every second, 10 seconds every credit. And that's it. That's his income for the rest of this game, unless Masterleaf takes that away. But as you can see, Rex is down near 0. I guess you could sell off some of these power plants. Yeah, maybe sell off the buzzer hives. I don't know. You're going to try and get some kind of cash out, but it's just, it's not. There's nothing here. There's nothing anywhere. It's over for 3 minutes now, but Rex is going to fight this one out, tooth and nail, to the last man and rocket. Maybe if these were like shard walkers and they had a bunch of upgrades, and also there were 3 times as many of them, but this is a tough fight nonetheless. Rex technically, you know, does have that always that consistent income that he has. The tib spike. But 1 tib spike versus 3 refineries, a relatively normal economy for Masterleaf, and also the ability to expand, the ability to take more bases, the ability to rebuild units and structures. Redeemer steps out onto the field as perhaps the last attack from Rex is brought to bear against Masterleaf. It is a fantastic tournament opening for DuneTiger and Masterleaf, and all Leaf has to do to go up against DuneTiger is seal the deal in game number 3. 2 amazing Flame Rush openings from Masterleaf that feel very prepared, very technical from Masterleaf. Rex is not in good shape to handle them. He's got one last chance to make the comeback happen. And that brings us to the Serene Het Platland for game number 3. Perhaps the last match in this series, but we will not be saying goodbye to either one of these players. Well, I guess this guy on the left, we can't say goodbye to him after this game because he is up 2-0. He's playing Black Hand. He's playing green. This is Masterleaf. Meanwhile, on the right side, sticking with orange, sticking with Scrin, this is Rex. And yes, if we say goodbye to Rex at the end of this game, look at those birds. So picturesque, so serene. If we say goodbye to Rex at the end of this game, it will not be goodbye to Rex in this tournament. It'll just be goodbye for the moment. Goodbye for a minute. Oh no, the doodads are distracting me. They have a Visceroid out here and then just the most basic looking, look at this, gray pants or white shirt, white pants. Is it white or is it gray? But he is freaked out and he is scared from that that Tiberium creature on the island, and they're just forever chasing each other around. One Tiberium Spike has been captured by each player. Second Tiberium Spike has been captured by each player. Het Plateland is Platland. That is how I decided to say it, and then I forgot immediately as I called it Plateland. Platland is the name of the map. Something I think I've only seen once, maybe twice. And hey, are we, for the first time in this series, not seeing the Flame Tank Rush? I guess it could be a little bit of a fake out here as the MCV moves, but it's a double refinery opening, which means if it is a Flame Tank Rush, it is not the variety that we saw in the previous games. It is going to be something else entirely. Natural expansions on the way. The scout comes in for Masterleaf, and he sees what Rex is up to. Rex attempting to scout Masterleaf with these buzzers. I'm not sure he actually got anything done, and he does do some nice damage to that tib spike. If you did miss it, there are destructible barrels here nearby, and if you shoot those, it will do some damage to that tib spike. Looks like it doesn't kill the tib spike. That would be pretty OP if there was just enough DPS there to kill the tib spike. Although I guess the engineer does get the cash back, so the tib spike will pay for itself as long as you capture it. But it would be a fun jump to try and kill the tib spike after your opponent has produced 2 engineers, but before they've actually captured their own tib spike. And then you just blow it up in front of their face, and it's a nice opening for you. No flames for Rex to deal with, which means we may get our first late game match from these two. Lots of harvesters from Masterleaf, even going 3 refineries before that second war factory, but it is now going to be triple war factory out on the field for Masterleaf. This is a lot of bikes, the potential of a lot of buggies, just a ton of units, and as you can see, Masterleaf's bank account is about to be drained with triple war factory production. He simply doesn't have enough income to keep his cash elevated, so he is going to be zeroing out his bank account as he transitions into a big mid-game push. Lightning Spike, perhaps the perfect spot. I mean, he was maybe should have used that defensively, but this is the perfect opportunity to get eyes on your opponent, to clean up a couple of bikes, and then to confirm exactly what is coming your way. It does delay any additional reinforcements. Again, it probably would have been better to use it defensively rather than offensively, but we shall see. Dev tanks are here. They're going to start trading out with these bikes and buggies. 5 seeker tanks going to be closing in, and maybe even 6 as they come in from the north, and the bikes are going to be chased on out of the main base. Masterleaf's attack has not fallen flat on its face, but it just hasn't done the damage that he was probably hoping for, and it's going to cost him the rest of the bikes. He's not even going to get the harvester that he was targeting down. Instead, it's going to be up to these bikes at the natural expansion to keep up the damage, to keep up the killing of Rex, but it's going to be Descents getting cut down one by one that delay any harvesters from being eliminated. Rex's defense has held. Finally, Rex's defense is solid enough to keep him in the game past the 5-minute mark. Masterleaf's aggression will not be stopped, but it will be held by Rex. Masterleaf has a lot of bikes and buggies ready to go. Once again, attenuated force fields have been purchased. The extra defense is here from Rex. He is a bit more stabilized than he ever got on any of the previous games. That's a dangerous thing to do, is to pack up your MCV with this many bikes, this many buggies, this close to you. There's actually going to be the decoy army coming in here. Bikes are going to try and jump on that drone ship. A little bit of damage will be done, but not too much. And overall, Rex holds once again. He takes the damage, but he does not take any significant economic damage. It's just trading out bike, buggy against his seeker tanks, and now tripods are out on the field. Rex actually has a shot here in game number 3. Masterleaf just hasn't cleaved his head in 2 and gone on to the next match. It is a genuine opportunity here for Rex to head into game number 4 with a point on the board. It's not over yet, but this is the best shot that Rex has had. Masterleaf may get a free kill here on the Tib Spike in the north, but the buzzer does get the vision. He does spot out that flame tank far enough in advance that maybe Rex can find the opportunity. The 1 clicks will land. And it's actually going to be in the south. Where is that 1 click? I must have been over at the... I don't know where that catalyst missile fired off at. I'm not exactly sure what Masterleaf did with that catalyst missile. 1 more harvester falls for the Rex side of things. And Masterleaf, did he miss? I don't know what happened. Where did that catalyst missile go? I don't know. But Masterleaf, maybe he found a way to cancel it or something. I don't know. Rex, on the other hand, going to be losing a couple of dev tanks around the map. Rex is looking for that flame tank. His tier 3 will be saved. The photon cannon with the perfect placement will save Rex's tech and keep Rex into this game. Photon cannon plus an avatar can do massive against a group of bike buggy, but it's going to be the phase that keeps that avatar alive for now. And it's going to be 1 avatar down. A fresh avatar is here. Crushes come through. More avatars coming in. We need to see a barracks on the ground to try and get some of these husks back under his control. 1 husk has been sniped. Bike buggy coming in. The phased avatar eats a couple of shots here. An additional photon cannon. EMP lands, but it's not the biggest deal as Masterleaf has not found the damage that he wanted. He's traded out almost every single unit that he has on the ground against these avatars, and he has stopped the buildup of avatars, but it might just be a delay. Sniping those husks was a good move for certain. Masterleaf denies the husk capture for Rex. Masterleaf is now transitioning towards his own 3rd, although no, he's just long distance mining. He's not actually transitioning. His MCV is on the move. I really must have missed where that catalyst missile landed. I thought for sure it was going to be at the natural expansion. Maybe it was at the 3rd and it was just rebuilt and replaced so perfectly that there were no scorch marks to be seen. Normally the scorch marks are the giveaway, the indicator. Where is this MCV going? He just sent it north, but I think it was supposed to be waypointed a little bit further over. Masterleaf with 2-0 here, looking to round things out with a perfect 3-0 score, but not having as much luck as he did in those first 2 games. Engineer coming on out for the EMP capture. Rex, we'll see if he survives long enough. It's EMP coils and Tib core bikes for Masterleaf. He has not upgraded his army much at all. All right, avatars are going to chase away that low-tech army of Masterleaf. All of this terrain and geography on this map do kind of cause things to be a little bit more choked off. A couple of descents going to be getting a couple of shots on here against these bikes, but 1 harvester might get caught. No, it's going to be the stasis keeping these harvesters safe from that group of 5 bikes as the descents close on in. The Black Hand Squads don't have many members left, and Bike Rush is going to be proud of Masterleaf for using so many bikes, but it's not going to be enough. Masterleaf nearly falling to pieces here as this attack falls flat, and Rex just completely dismantles that front line of Masterleaf. Rex forced to sell off 1 of his refineries, but it looks like he will barely save that tier 3. Once again, down to half health goes that tier 3, and Masterleaf is just running around with his bikes trying to do as much damage as he can. He's going to get 1 harvester, but the harvester full of Tiberium does survive. That is actually an okay kill there for Rex. He's going to be not too upset with that kill happening. This MCV is still just parked out here. I'm not sure what is going on. Masterleaf with that MCV just hanging out. He has been pumping from these 3 war factories. He went bike buggy. He teched up for the EMP coils. He teched up for the TIB core, and that has been his choice ever since. His 2 fields have dried up. He never transitioned, and the phase will save 2 of these tripods, and it will deny the attacks from the rest of those units. Tripods split up so the EMPs don't land as cleanly. That EMP completely whiffs, and Masterleaf losing precious seconds, precious time against this army of Rex. The EMPs are almost brilliant, but they're just not landing. And bike after bike, buggy after buggy getting eliminated one by one. But the tripods as well getting targeted at one after another. The phase tripod comes back to bring Rex out of the dead. The reinforcements seem to never stop from either player. The EMP captured long ago, and as the clock ticks down, it's not going to matter as the GG comes out, and finally Masterleaf has been defeated. He was committed all in to that tier 1 attack. Yes, he got some tier 3 upgrades, but those were low-tech units from game start to game end. And I imagine if Masterleaf had not forgotten about his 3rd, had not forgotten about his MCV, things would have looked a little bit different. The economy graph flattening out for Masterleaf at the end, but Rex keeps hope alive, and will it just be a fiery grave that he goes to in game number 4? Let's find out. Which takes us to Tournament Badland for game number 4. Finally, we have not a complete shutout, although I'll be honest, it kind of feels like it will be a shutout. In the blue, playing the black hand once again, this is Masterleaf. It's a best of 5, and he is up 2-1. Meanwhile, he is a newcomer in the year 2022 to most of us, but he is making his mark. Playing pink, playing Zocom, this is Rex. Zocom, a bold choice in the face of a black hand flame rusher. He couldn't beat it with Scrin. He couldn't beat it with GDI, but he says Zocom is the way to go. All right, there's the War Factory, and what Masterleaf chooses to do after that will be, well, how this game number 4 goes. He's got a perfect win record with these insane flame rushes, and let's see if that win record continues. Rex has no idea exactly what he's up against. He does have this rifleman squad here in that kind of northern part of that Tiberium field. Let's switch over to his vision. He will have vision that there is no second refinery. So right now, his own second refinery finishes up, and he knows, all right, he sees the flame tank, so he suspected, but he did not know until the flame tank actually emerged. First Reckoner is out. Masterleaf has done this masterfully up to this point, but can he execute one last time to send him into the semifinals of the upper bracket against DuneTiger? Or will Rex finally find the defense that he's needed this whole time to send us into a game number 5? It feels like trying the same thing again and expecting different results, but maybe Zocom really is the key that Rex has been missing. One tip spike down, and the flame tank is untouched. Rex's defense is not going well so far, although, no, one Reckoner is actually getting pushed away. The MCV is far enough away that he's going for the natural expansion. And perhaps the natural expansion is a little bit slower than it would have been in those other games, but it's going to be coming down to that second Reckoner, the one with double black hand squads in it, because it can still do a massive amount of damage. It can still pretty much reset the game board here for Rex. The flame tank will go down. 2 tip spikes have been eliminated. It's going to be up to the war factory and up to this refinery. It's going to be 1 refinery down for sure, but these Predator tanks and the Watchtower are going to try and make sure that the war factory doesn't get eliminated. No cell of that refinery. He wants to get maximum time to kill off this Reckoner, and the time to kill is so long. Refinery is back up and running. War factory will go down. The reset is here, but these Black Hand members are not going to go very far. Rex's defense has held, but it has been at a heavy cost. Regardless, the MCV down to about 40%, or down to about 60% health. And the last of the Black Hand squads are getting cleaned up. Rex is going for the crush, going for the kill. Getting the double tib spike kill is definitely nice for Masterleaf, but it doesn't feel like the game winner that it was in match number 1, in game number 1 and game number 2. Rex has a chance here, and the chance may be all he needs. The transition into Rocket Squads is here. The double secret shrine is not actually going to happen. It's going to be a single secret shrine. Masterleaf did not do enough damage that he feels confident with that double secret shrine transition. Instead, it is going to be Black Disciples. Yes, Black Disciples do get purchased first. Purifying Flame is not queued up behind it. Leaf, with 1,000 credits in the bank, is walking his way to a natural expansion. Rex hasn't even healed up his MCV. He is devoting every dollar that he has to the next stage of this defense. APCs carefully picking off rockets one by one. The threat isn't over, but Rex has survived the worst of it far better than any game up to this point. The MCB is now deployed. Rex is returning fire. He's not going to get any real damage done, but he's going to trade out against the bikes, and I guess that's okay. When the alternative that the other games have presented is complete decimation of Rex, surviving and striking back feels pretty good. It is not a good game by normal standards, but it is a far better game than Rex has had up to this point, dealing with that flame rush. He's finally found what it takes. He's even going to get a little bit of damage on this harvester. That blue Tiberium harvester should survive. It should make it back home, but he's going to get a little bit of damage. Oh, he's trying to mine drop it. He was trying to mine trap it. It didn't work, but he did try. It was a cute little move. It was a nice attempt, and Rex may pay the price with 1 APC, but he has held off basically everything else. Command Post gets the AP ammo upgrade. Rex is going to have to deal with some infantry difficulties, but he has actually got ceramic armor on this Hammerhead. AP ammo as well means that these rocket squads get dealt with that much more quickly, and the Black Hand members are much less effective against air units. They might not even be effective at all, you could say, against air units. And it's going to be mass APC from Rex. He has actually found a bit of damage against Masterleaf. It's not much, but it's just enough to survive and to transition into the next stage of this game. Rex is out of cash at his main base, and he's looking to actually go on the offensive to do some damage to Masterleaf for the first time in this game. He's on the other side of the map. He's actually targeting down the Hand of Nod. It is a small victory, but it is a victory nonetheless. And hey, I mean, Hammerheads plus APCs can actually deal with a couple of Scorpion tanks, no problem. I love it. I love it from Rex. He's finding those opportunities to get as much as he can back from Masterleaf. He's actually already taken this tip spike. He's going to take both of Masterleaf's tip spikes, and after 50 seconds, it pays for itself. Masterleaf not floundering yet, but he's going to be going into beam cannons, and it is not how he wanted this game to go. Triple War Factory with the natural expansion. That's the biggest economy that Masterleaf's gotten to in these 3 games before. And it's going to be the same here in game number 4. The fight will be over the big field in the middle. All right, beam cannons are going to burn down 1 tip spike. That tip spike may not have actually paid for itself. but at least he denies that economy from Masterleaf. Mantises may be the ticket for Masterleaf to deal with these hammerheads. Although the hammerheads are flying into SAM sites, so that may be the ticket to deal with those hammerheads. Beam cannons are getting split up here between the main and the natural. APC's going to be coming in. It's a bit of a miscalculation from Rex, but he has enough ground forces to overwhelm everything that Masterleaf has. And Masterleaf, he was responding too much. 3 SAM sites here in the main base doing nothing, useless as anything, as the forces of Rex are here waiting for the harvesters, waiting for the units to pop out of the war factory one by one by one. Mines do get dropped by those APCs. Rex transitioning into the middle of the map. He is taking control for the first time in this series, and he has a shot at a game number 5. He has a shot at a comeback against Masterleaf, who absolutely destroyed him in game 1 and 2. The SAMs have been defeated, and now the hammerheads come in to help deal with the beam cannons. One by one, those rockets go down, but it's going to be the hammerheads eliminated after that. The SAM sites are too much, and Masterleaf has held on the defense. Beam cannons are here. The Marv has cleared out a section from the middle of the map. Rex has climbed above 3K in the bank. This Marv is his ticket to the late game economy. Where are these harvesters going? They're auto-leading back to that blue Tiberium when they should be staying at the natural expansion. Rex goes into his second airfield. He's got 2 out on the field. Something getting called in, an Orca strike perhaps, but it's going to be a complete miss here. Zocom Orca's very powerful, very effective, but they don't find their mark. This Marv is completely unguarded, no engineers, no rockets, no zones, nothing inside of it. It's actually going to be... Okay, for a second I thought those rockets were running inside. Beam cannons on the front line, and it's going to be Zocom infantry, which will try and respond. No upgrades, but it's going to be the Orcas looking for the beam cannons. Nice dodge by Masterleaf. SAM sights an absolute mess of rockets just tear apart the aircraft of Rex. Still more than 3K in the bank for Rex as Masterleaf targets down these harvesters, gets himself $1,000 in the bank, and then once again the Marv will be bled dry here. Rex needs to be extremely careful with this Marv. Those beam cannons will zap the life out of it so quickly. I guess he needs more rockets. He does. He doesn't have tip field suits. Decoy army will be getting cleaned up here. The additional vision is nice. Masterleaf is starting to run dry in his main and in his natural. Rex still with 3K in the bank. Rex has extended out the life of his natural expansion field. Oh, 2 harvesters going down, and not an Orca gets eliminated. Nicely done there by Rex, right on the edge of damage. Gets 2 harvesters, denies that income. Leaf has been draining his dregs for the last couple of minutes here. Almost zeroed out on economy for the last couple of minutes, and Rex denies 2 more harvesters this late in the game. He will catch a 3rd in the north. He will get the blue Tiberium for himself, and it's going to be Predator tanks and APCs looking for the backstab. Rex has done it. He has found an opportunity to even up the score. It's not done yet. These beam cannons have been working wonders for Masterleaf in the year 2022, but it's not over yet. Predator tanks and APCs late in the game from a Zocom player are going to be the ticket to find the damage. The Orcas get the kill. So many beam cannons explode, and suddenly Masterleaf is being torn apart by Rex. The Predator tanks will go for the buildings while the APCs trade against the rocket squads on the front lines, and the Marv continues to hold off in the middle of the map. The APCs all go down. Only 3 of them survive. No, it's low health bars on all sides as Masterleaf is forced to gut and jettison his natural expansion. He still hasn't eliminated this Marv. Engineers out on the field as these beam cannons try desperately to find their mark. Might even be worth going 4 engineers inside of that Marv with the amount of tanking it has been doing 4 engineers would be a welcome addition. And once again, the Orcas find their kill. Rex with these Orcas absolutely deadly here, as Masterleaf is hoping to end this game quickly, and every moment that Rex extends it out, his chances get better. His hope of a second life in game number 5 get even stronger, and Masterleaf feels even weaker moment by moment. MCV never healed a bit from that flame tank early on. The beam cannons have been called back. The Orcas have done so much work for Rex in this game. His attack in the back door of Masterleaf is finally petering out, but he has gained so much advantage from it. Rex controlling the late game like Masterleaf controlled the early game, but now this MCV, that's too far forward. Surely those beam cannons will burn down anything that far forward. Those Orcas have been absolutely earning their weight in gold. They have been doing so much work for Rex. Masterleaf trying desperately to get just a load of Tiberium from the front lines, from that big green field in the middle of the map, and finding not much at all. One Tib Spike still exists in this game, and it's been under the control of Rex for probably half the game now. Low power mode for Masterleaf. These Predator tanks finding slight bits of damage still, as they are nearly eliminated from this game by the infantry hordes of Masterleaf. The beam cannons press forward once more. The Orcas do not swoop in. They are far away on the northern section of the map, and it's mass APC, that AP ammo doing so much damage to the buildings, and Masterleaf has nearly been encircled. Shockwave artillery will fire off. It'll find its mark. Every single beam cannon going into low power mode as the hammerheads and the Orcas descend. Masterleaf will call the GG, and Rex will take us to game number 5. It's quarterfinal B, and Rex is not dead. He keeps hope alive against Masterleaf, one of the strongest in the history of Kane's Wrath, but maybe not here, maybe not today, because Rex has a chance in game number 5. Which brings us to tournament decision for game number 5. The closing out of our second quarterfinals in the upper bracket will be here on decision. A long time favorite in Kane's Wrath, but with a couple of modifications as the purple GDI. This is Rex. Bringing it back 2 games in a row. The momentum is in his corner, and playing without any flame weapons at all, but with amazing EMP options as the Marked of Kane. This is Leaf. Masterleaf showing his prowess. He has always been a build-oriented player. He has always been the guy who sometimes has the best plan of anyone in the game. And it has shown in game 1 and game number 2. But those kind of builds generally don't take you to the end of a series. They're a good one to mix into the middle and get some damage done with. And we saw there in game number 4, it just didn't happen. Rex able to bounce back and find the damage against Masterleaf. And here in game number 5, what looked like an impossibility for Rex to actually come out of this series is now possible. He has the opportunity, he has the chance to go the distance with the reverse sweep, the reverse 3-0, and kill Masterleaf. Kill might not be the right word, because this is a double elimination of us all. As I've already said so many times, it's a double elimination, which means that Masterleaf will be sent down to that lower bracket with Dimitri. Although I don't know how the lower bracket is being seeded, so he might not meet Dimitri until like the last round of that lower bracket. GDI versus Marked of Kane, a matchup that we have become very familiar with here in 2022. but it does mean the end of our Skrin representation in this series. There's some people who really do love seeing Skrin. They like seeing those Skrin units and tactics. And here, we're just back to regular old GDI and Marked of Kane. And also, these guys switching up the colors in a super annoying way. Masterleaf playing pink in the last game, Rex playing pink. But we will try and keep things straight. At least they're playing two separate factions. It's not like a nod mirror. Ooh, Operation Center. It doesn't mean flame, because there are no flame weapons for this guy. But I did have a little bit of a, not PTSD, but I was having a little bit of a, like, lapse to the earlier games. I was like, oh no, it's an operations center. But of course, he's already got 3 refineries, and he's playing the wrong faction. It is going to be into Venoms for Masterleaf. This could be a bit of a lead into a late game strategy, or he could just be going for 1 or 2 Venoms just so he has them as the game progresses. They're great for scouting, and as you move towards those late game nod 1 clicks, it's really nice to have the Venoms as an option to quickly fly over the terrain of the map and get eyes anywhere that you want them. No expansions. This is one of those kind of goofball maps. It is an original map that came with the game, but the opening field is so large that it can actually sustain 3 refineries, 7 harvesters, which makes it a bit of a 1.5 base expansion, which is why you'll see players go up to Tier 3, get upgrades, get multiple production facilities, all off of, quote, 1 base, unquote. But it's really 1.5 bases, and of course that is why your natural expansion is so much more limited and why they are so close together. And no, this is a supercharged particle beam play. The supercharged particle beams are only about halfway done, so this is going to be regular guns that dismantle those 2 pit bulls. And it is going to be into the Reclamator hub for Rex. He has got that Marv in his sights, and the Seed Tiberium does get dropped down as well. Okay, we're starting to move into territory that can be game enders for either players. Stealth tanks can be such a double-edged sword. Played correctly, they can end the game for you. Played incorrectly, the tip vein detonation finds 5, maybe 6 pit bulls here in total. Actually, no, I think the Venoms cleaned up a couple of those pit bulls, so maybe the tip vein detonation only found a couple of pit bulls. And it's going to be maybe the catalyst cannon, or the catalyst missile after that. 2 refineries, too close together, not by much, but by a little. And fortunately for Rex, he had more than 3.6K in the bank. So the fact that he lost 2 refineries, he's able to bounce back from that a little bit with the help of this Marv. He could also sell off that Reclamator hub if he really needed to. Firehawks in the sky, and these Firehawks starting to make some damage happen. We'll see if they're able to clear out maybe the rest of the Venoms. I think they were taking some shots at the Venoms earlier, but for now, the Venoms will escape back to Masterleaf's main. He's set up for his natural expansion as these 2 players look to converge in the southern corner of the map. Stealth tanks have eyes everywhere, it seems, as they sneak into the back of the base, and Tib Core could not have finished a moment too soon, because this is a dead MCV, and 1 more rocket is not even needed. I thought he was going to have to launch a volley against the MCV as it was unpacked, but no, those stealth tanks get the kill, and it doesn't actually rank them up. That's somewhat surprising that that does not rank up a stealth tank, and it is going to be an MCV dead as the refinery gets rebuilt, and Rex is looking towards the end of the game. He desperately would like a real expansion. Marvestina Field in the north is a nice in-between, and it has gotten Rex enough money that he does not have to worry for the next minute or so. But Marvestina Field does not have the same anchoring ability as a real base does. These stealth tanks escape without a scratch on them. They haven't taken a single shot. They escape quite nicely, and they will be able to find 1, maybe 2 harvesters over at this natural expansion. Vertigo Bombers cleaning up harvesters in the north. Masterleaf may have some opportunities to cause some real chaos and carnage here for Rex. Masterleaf will lose 2 or will kill 2 more harvesters, and these stealth tanks are barely maybe going to escape. They're dangerously low on health, so low that riflemen and their AP ammo can be dangerous amounts of DPS against these stealth tanks. But Masterleaf survives, Masterleaf escapes, and the transition into Vertigos might be the best choice that Masterleaf has made. Rex, he has eaten up that field in the north. Supercharged particle beams have been purchased, and these stealth tanks continue to find damage against Rex. He's rebuilt his MCV. He is ready to go into the ultra late game, but is he going to be able to knock down Masterleaf from this position? Avatars, if they're able to close the distance, could end this army, but at range, the Juggernauts will be supreme. Gonna turn one Avatar around just to find the damage against that Husk. Don't stick around. This is not a fight you can win. In the middle of the map, Vertigos and Firehawks will tussle in the middle. This Avatar needs to be targeted down. I'm not sure why Rex got so close. He misses the shots from the Juggernauts, so he may actually miss the opportunity to kill that Avatar. The Zone Troopers got some nice damage in, but it was not enough. The stealth tanks moves back into the middle of the map. Game number 5, and both players looking to advance into the semifinals of the upper bracket. But they're so evenly matched in this game. Free damage on a Marv, but it would spell disaster for one of those stealth tanks. Meanwhile, Spectre's finding a couple of shots. The EMPs will be key here as Masterleaf pushes forward. It's going to be a commando on the front lines as well, and the Watchtower just isn't enough DPS to end that commando. Juggernaut after Juggernaut will go down. The commando finds the kill. The EMP lands on the Watchtower, and the front line gets decimated as Masterleaf crushes everything in his path. The EMP lands on the MCV. It's a commando or it's the Avatars as Rex's options disappear and he falls away from his natural expansion. Firehawks arrive. Too little, too late. They are late to the party and they have nothing to shoot at. Hammerheads will clear out the infantry on the ground, but they can do little more than that. Rex gets a couple of kills here. Oh, that's 4 engineers. That's 2 grand of engineers eliminated and annihilated right from the front line. Tib troopers as well. Masterleaf bleeding infantry, but nothing else will go down for him. Maybe he could sell off some of these refineries back at home, but Masterleaf is doing okay on the economy front. No zone troopers, no engineers inside of that Marv, and Rex is now going to have to make a late game, no infrastructure kind of play. Vertigo Bomber comes in, splits the damage between 2 Husks, 2 kills. Avatars are on the front line. If they were lower health, this Marv might have a chance, but with nothing like Rage Gen or no EMPs to lock down those Avatars, it's going to be close to impossible for this one Marv to do much of anything. EMP lands, but the Hammerheads cuts that up, and it's going to be no engineers inside of the Marv, just 3 Juggernauts here on the front line. Second EMP lands, Spectres find their shots, Avatars taking a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Masterleaf splits up his units, and that stealth tank is going to be adding even more damage as soon as he wakes up, and the Marv goes down. The magnetic mines find their kill, and that's going to be it. Masterleaf is nearly in an undefeatable position here against Rex. Too many perfect moves by Masterleaf, and he will win the best of 5. Rex has a little bit of strength left, but not much of anything. Too many mistakes. Masterleaf has caught him too many times. Double MCV kills were the cherry on top. So many Juggernauts going down, and now Juggernauts actually being claimed by Masterleaf. Those cybernetic leg engineers are so incredibly quick on the field. The Marv has gone down. Masterleaf has control of the southern half of the map. Vertigo's even coming in. I'm not sure what that bombing run was. Like tried to take out a single rifleman squad or something, but that should do it. Masterleaf, he's being pushed back in a minor way here. Rex has kept himself alive with his considerable economy throughout this game, and he does still have 2 refineries. Battered and bruised they may be, and Masterleaf is slowly but surely closing the noose. He has not committed everything to try and end the game immediately, although at this point it feels like he could have done that already. He is moving slowly but surely further forward, ever further forward. A watchtower gets deployed. A watchtower will be knocked down by Masterleaf. Firehawks going out. Always nice. Laser fence, but it's not enough to knock down that refinery. The laser fence is too strong. The Firehawks don't have enough bombs. Command post, tier 3, everything is in one base for Rex. He never really was able to expand out beyond that. This long-distance mining has largely gone unchecked, and it's one of the few weak points of Masterleaf's play. Masterleaf has been a bit busy with some other things, and I do appreciate Rex trying to curb the economy of Masterleaf, trying to curb Masterleaf anywhere that he can. Ooh. Yeah, Zone Troopers versus Tib Troopers, not a fight you want to take as the GDI player. Versus Black Hand, it's also a pretty bad proposition for the GDI player. Rex, if he had been able to knock down all of the refineries of Masterleaf 5 minutes ago and just keep popping them one after the other, we would be in a different situation because Masterleaf would not have been able to build such an impressive ground army. But with Masterleaf having an impressive ground army and with Rex being more and more derelict every minute that goes by, it just is an impossible situation, or it feels like an impossible situation. The MCV getting targeted down in the north. Avatars, Juggernauts, Tib Troopers, and Enlightened closing in from the south. Truly fighting to the last man is Rex, but it's just so far gone. He has virtually nothing left, and soon he will have literally nothing left. Hey, a sonic emitter is a good thing any stage of the game, and this 1-2 stealth tanks are earning their keep just by dodging that sonic emitter, but they can, of course, pivot down to the southern side of that MCV, and they can go for the kill on the MCV down there. Rex has been defeated. The writing was on the wall, but Leaf will take it 3-2 and advance into the semifinals of the upper bracket where DuneTiger is waiting. And we will continue on into quarterfinal C of the 1v1 Winter Championship. Well, I hope you're ready for another match here on Desert Field. It is the start of our third best of 5. We're starting to run out of best of 5s in the upper bracket quarterfinals, but we're going to be kicking it off with this. Ooh, it's not a Shadow Team rush, is it? I guess we'll see. But this, as the red marked of Kane, is Shoktrepet. Meanwhile, on the south side of the map, the recipient of whatever infantry shenanigans are headed his way, plain Scrin, plain Cyan, this is Futurama. One of these players has 5K in the bank. The other one is basically zeroed out. And that is not a big surprise when one of them has gone for a Shadow Team rush. And one of them is it's just playing it out pretty normal. This is 5 Shadow Teams out on the field. Power plant does get sniped. This map is small enough for a Shadow Team rush to be effective, and this is a great opening coming out here from Shoktrepet. Well, I guess we'll find out if it's a great opening, but I think it's a fantastic start because it's at least something a little bit different. Nice split of the Shadow Teams. These two down here, these other ones over here, avoiding the Gunwalker, avoiding the stealth detection, and this Seeker Tank has spotted out some of these Shadow Teams, but it will open up an opportunity for these other Shadow Teams to sneak in here while the Seeker Tank is distracted. No, it is not going to be a power plant at all. It is going to be straight into a second refinery. He wants to wait until he's got a few more Gunwalkers. Sometimes you see the power plant and the Buzzer Hive come down together, and that's just the primary defense. The player kind of just says, I'm not going to worry about it other than that. And Shadow Team's going to be going in, splits the bombs between 2 reactors, hoping that the second wave of Shadow Teams can get the kill. There's the buzzer high, barely a moment too slow, and it is going to be the cleanup of every single Shadow Team. EMP lands, only catches 1 of the Gunwalkers though, and suddenly Shoktrepet has had an opportunity to even things up, but I don't think it's quite worked. 1 refinery, 3 harvesters. Second refinery is only about 25% of the way done. It's a cold start to the game in the desert. 4 refineries, 4 harvesters, 2 refineries. 4 refineries would be a little bit crazy at this stage of the game. Couple of Seekers, couple of Gunwalkers. Generally speaking, a Scrim player isn't going to be upset about having a couple of extra Gunwalkers and Seekers around the place, but Shoktrepet can now get his feet back under him. He might have to play a little bit defensive. He might have to look for some aggressive opportunities to get back in the game. I guess I should say he might have to be on his guard and keep his eyes out for a way to get back in this game. But he is not so far behind that all hope is lost. Harvester's being stealth is nice here, but ultimately a Gunwalker's not really going to be doing all that much. Power plant does get denied. Nice cleanup on another power plant there just to force Futurama to spend even more cash building those power plants. Being a little bit annoyed, and well, the Shadow Teams will take to the skies, but of course that means the Seeker Tank. Oh, the Seeker Tank is going to get us a lucky extra couple of shots here, as these Shadow Teams do not exit quickly at all. And that's the last Shadow Team. Well, down to just 1 Shadow Team, so no more quick kills of power plants. 5 Shadow Teams right at the beginning of the game, and the rush is now over. Shoktrepet, he's going to keep his eyes out. He's going to be looking for opportunities to come back into the game. Double Harvester Steal on the Blue Tiberium. First refinery is deployed at the natural expansion, and normally we advise against the early Blue Tiberium steal, but in this case, it may actually be worth it with this push covering for the Blue Tiberium, and that Blue Tiberium going to be infusing the next wave of this push. Couple of extra Seekers, couple of extra Gunwalkers, generally not a bad thing for a Scrim player. And here, they're going to be able to target down some Scorpion tanks, target down some Harvesters as well. 1 Scorpion down, massive EMP. That's a lot of Seekers, a lot of Gunwalkers locked down by a single EMP. Repeat EMP as the Lightning Spike gets deployed by Futurama. Both of these guys have cash in the bag, so this will not be the end of the line, but this is a lot of cash deployed by Futurama here. Lightning Spike plus the repair drones plus all of these units, and he is yet to get a Harvester for his trouble. He is trading out against the Scorpion tanks 1 by 1, and behind this, his economy is booming up to nearly 6,000 in the bank with the help of that Blue Tiberium. So behind this, he is reasonably well set for the next stage of this game. Harvesters getting targeted down, one after the other. Seekers finally finding the kills that they were looking for oh so long ago, but the last Seekers will fall. Only a couple of Gunwalkers remain, and no, these last Seekers have actually outlived the Scorpion tanks, and Shoktrepet has found himself in a world of pain, and that is where the pressure meets the road, and in this case, runs over Shoktrepet completely. I was hoping he was going to be able to claw his way back into that game, but it just was not possible. Futurama put the pressure on, and the defense did not hold. So game number 1 goes to Futurama, and that sends us into game 2 of this series. Hopefully game number 2 is a little bit more even keel between these two players. Hopefully it's a little bit less tumultuous for the red Marked of Kane player in the south. This guy is going to be looking for an opportunity to come back into this series. This is Shoktrepet. Meanwhile, in the north, playing as that Cyan Scrin, he's going to be keeping his choice. This is Futurama. That defense was good enough, and the offense was far better. Futurama takes a pretty swift victory, and that Shadow Team rush started out okay and then turned into a whole lot of nothing. And Futurama's defense was just good enough, but that offense really sealed the deal. And it looked like Shoktrepet was going to be able to hold, but he ran out of gas. And then suddenly all of his harvesters died off. And it sends us into game number 2, Atacama Road, a map that I love to see. Short walk to your natural expansion, and then the third bases, they get a little bit weird. Cool tile set, cool design elements, and in the middle, we get the purifying pool of water, but also some blue Tiberium, slow growing over the course of the game. EMP is going to be coming out. Won't be able to do much against Gunwalker, but you can lock it down for a couple of seconds and then, you know, run away or run off and maybe try and lock down something a little bit more important. Marked of Kane, so no flame rushes will be on the menu. Buzzer does grab the structure after scouting the base. Harvesters coming out. Quick walk to the natural expansion for Shoktrepet. And, well, I hope you guys are enjoying the Winter Championship. Where I live, it's supposed to get actually cold for the first time this season as this Harvester explodes. Futurama taking the damage in game number 2 that he didn't take in game number 1. But it's getting cold. It's going to be -2 Fahrenheit, which is -18 Celsius. And normally, it doesn't get that cold where I live, but this is the first, like, legitimately cold day that we are going to be having coming up here. And as we wrap up the first round of my coverage of the Winter Championship, I hope that you guys have had a good enough 2022, but I really hope that you're having a fun end to the year. Whatever holidays you celebrate as, well, I guess if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you're not getting much snow this time of year. But if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, I hope you're enjoying the weather wherever you are. You're cozied up with some hot chocolate or maybe a cup of tea, maybe a nice coffee, and staying warm in these cold times. But again, if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, then I guess you're cooling off with a smoothie. Maybe you're relaxing at the beach for Christmas time. But Bike Buggy versus Seekers, no engage. Just a little bit of a look at each other and then back off from these two teams. EMP locks down that War Factory. I love these little moves. Every moment and every opportunity that the players find to be annoying, to delay your opponent. Is that one EMP going to win the game? Probably not. But it would be pretty funny if it did win the game. Hand of Nod gets deployed. Buzzer is coming back in for a scout. I don't know if the Buzzer will actually see that Hand of Nod. Okay, yeah, I think it's close enough to see the Hand of Nod. And actually, Shredder Turret deployed to anti-scout, so he wants to protect whatever is coming next, which honestly, it may be that nothing is coming next. He just doesn't want his opponent to know that. Second War Factory should be coming up. No, it's going to be an Operations Center. So it is a barracks and tech instead of a second War Factory. And this is after double refinery at the natural. So this is a fully powered up Marked of Kane economy, which is going to be headed into the mid-game. And it's going to be taking a slightly different path than was expected. Okay. A more significant different path. We do not have Dozer Blades. We don't have quad turrets. Instead, it's going to be infantry upgrades and possibly some TIB troopers making an appearance. No, what is this guy doing? I'm not sure. Why did he get the secret shrine so early, but no upgrades? Like, I thought for sure cybernetic legs would be on the way. Is it really just for the Enlightened, but no legs? All right. We'll see how that works out. Enlightened are good. And, well, he wants to go for a little bit of an infantry punch. Okay, there we go. The legs do start. There were just a little bit of a delay on the legs. We'll get them eventually. And they will be able to stop these descent squads. A couple of Enlightened, a couple of Awakened squads here to chew up these descents. Easy peasy. That many descents could be dangerous against some other rifle-based infantry, but not against Awakened and Enlightened. Couple of Seekers, couple of Gunwalkers, but this is way too much Bike Buggy for this Scrin player. And in this moment, Futurama is sort of realizing he's split his choices. He gets attenuated force field, so he does at least have the upgrades for his low-tech units. He's got that bit of defensive advantage against whatever he's attacking. Wow, straight into Tier 3. So this is a little bit unorthodox. We're seeing a development right into Tier 3 instead of a second War Factory and actually going into a multi-MCV play. So this is a more significant deviation from the normal that I would be expecting. That Buzzer Scout deny was just the first step of many in a somewhat unusual game plan here for Shoktrepet. And he is going to be leading into the later stages of the game with this bike buggy attack. A couple of Seekers going down, Lightning Spike deployed defensively. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Tib Troopers and Awakened going toe-to-toe with these descents. Nice, easy cleanup on the descents. No more troublemakers for this Marked of Kane player. He's not going to be bothered by the descents from this point forward. Every single bike gets cleaned up in the north, and Futurama has a bit of breathing room to recover and prep for the next stage of this game. I'm really surprised. Where's the chemical plant? Okay, yeah, the chemical plant is here, but I'm really surprised there hasn't been... Okay, I almost spoke too soon, but there we go. I mean, we saw the chemical plant a minute or two ago, and that did pretty much drain the bank account of Shoktrepet. The boy is out of cash now, and as I say that, he drops refineries on his third base, so his economy is going to be transitioning quite well for the later stages of the game. Blue Tiberium has grown up pretty significantly on the Futurama side of the map. Upgraded bike, or upgraded Seeker Gunwalker going to be poking in here. Obelisk is here. Enlightened are here. Supercharged Particle Beams are here. So it's going to be an easy cleanup and defense for the Marked of Kane player. Futurama floundering as he is unsure what he wants to do for his third base. His MCV is not on the move to the other side of the map. He is instead looking, posturing even, near the east side. Is he going to try and contend this base, which already has a Redeemer, already has double refineries on it? Yeah, he's moving. I saw the graphics stabilizer. I thought it might be a double MCV play where the second MCV goes over here and the first one, you know, stays into a bit more defensive posture. Never mind. I don't know what Futurama is doing. He's backed off. He's taken a weird path away, and it's going to be dev ships. Devastator warships coming out onto the battlefield for Futurama. Both players hovering a respectable amount in their banks. Not an overwhelming amount, but they're also not absolutely zeroed out, so those one-clicks can come in. Stasis locks in. This is what I'm talking about. Futurama drains his bank account to get that stasis shield, and he's going to be keeping anything else away from this Redeemer. It's going to be the attempted EMP lockdown and complete shutdown of this Redeemer. We'll see how complete the shutdown is. Spectre raining their shots in, and it's going to be a couple of EMPs raining in from the Marked of Kane side of things. Enlightened find their marks. EMP locks down the Redeemer, but there's not a lot of guns available to be brought to bear on this Redeemer. There's actually only a couple of tripods here. Enlightened and Venoms have cut through the rest of the screen noise. Shoktrepet has one massive tank, and then the rest of his units are going to try and go toe-to-toe with the few remaining screen units. This Redeemer has absorbed so much damage. It has been such a key distraction for this Marked of Kane army. Otherwise, this Marked of Kane army would not have much going for it at all. And in this case, they are starting to fall apart. If these tripods come back online, they might be able to finish off that Redeemer, but no, with the Obelisk here, it might just be too much firepower from the Marked of Kane player. Double shots from those Spectres rising and falling in coordination, and they absolutely destroy those tripods. Futurama's economy will not recover from here. No, he's going double portal. He's going to try and make some kind of a comeback happen from this point. I'm not actually sure what the plan is here for Futurama. He's trying something. It is weird. At the same time, Shoktrepet expanding over to the left side. That's going to be double refinery on a fourth base for Shoktrepet. Futurama floundering, never found his footing here in the later part of this game. Even a couple of tripods being stolen by Shoktrepet, and we're just waiting for the GG to send us 1-1 into game number 3. Extremely well played by shoktrepet. Rash and risky in game number 1. Solid and steady in game number 2. But Futurama is not giving up. The chances are slim to none. He's down on a tib spike. He has, actually, he's got 5 grand in the bank. So he does definitely have a bit of cash to burn. But that doesn't seem significant when you compare it with 4 or 5 Spectres, 3 tripods, a Redeemer, and a full pretty much load of green Tiberium over here. I mean, shoktrepet is spending basically every dollar that he's got, and Futurama has stopped production. Yeah, Futurama is literally building nothing. He has 3 production facilities, and yeah, okay. So I don't know exactly what the deal was at the end of the game there. Possibly they were typing, they were chatting in game, and of course we don't see that here in the replay. They were just kind of talking back and forth about what happened in that match, or Futurama was just kind of racking his brain, prepping for the next match, thinking if there's anything that he could do. Yeah, shoktrepet just running away with the economy, especially in the second half of that game. But Futurama, he took game number 1. Can he take game number 3? We will find out here on Decrepit Arena for game number 3. The score is all tied up 1-1. All right, it's a crane opener, an MCV move at the start of the game. Rash and Risky is the name of this game. In the north, the red, this is shoktrepet. Meanwhile, in the south, is he also opening up crane first? I would think not, but maybe. He's opening up normal. This is the cyan, this is Futurama. Futurama is prepped normally, gets an engineer, maybe gets a couple of scouting buzzers. Yeah, all right, he sees it right as that MCV is ready to unpack. He realizes, oh, all right, there's a bit of blue Tiberium shenaniganry afoot. This is something I'm going to have to be concerned about. This is something I'm going to have to take a look at. I'm not sure what happened to this crane. It took a whole bunch of damage, I guess, from this buzzer. And everything has been spotted. Futurama's economy is going to grow quite normally at a perfectly steady pace. 2 harvesters to 2 harvesters, so advantage is shoktrepet, but of course that first load of Tiberium has taken a much, much longer time to be cashed in for shoktrepet, and now his economy is going to grow quite nicely from this point forward. Can he really support 2 build queues? Well, not for very long, but for the current moment, he'll be okay. Blue Tiberium is a powerful thing indeed, and I'm curious, does Futurama go for the far Blue Tiberium, or does he go for the normal expansion, his natural? It kind of looks like he's going risky as well. Not quite as risky to go for it at this point, but you have to be worried about a double or triple War Factory drop from the Nod player. Just mass bike buggy pumped out in your direction to close to no end. Because, of course, from this position, it's an easy expand to what would normally be your natural and is now your third base as the Nod player. Marked of Kane does have some powerful early to mid-game options with the help of that EMP. We'll see if shoktrepet actually activates any of those options. For now, Futurama is hoping that he can play catch-up with this blue Tiberium and that his stronger base economy on the green field will keep him ahead of his opponent. Is there really only 1 War Factory? Oh, I'm actually kind of surprised that it's only 1 War Factory at this point. It is going to be, I guess, 3rd refinery? What is this, 3rd, 4th refinery? The numbers get weird, of course, with a blue Tiberium refinery, because that's essentially 2 refineries. But in this case, it is going to be a refinery before 2nd War Factory. And I guess shoktrepet has been spending most of his cash, so I guess he couldn't quite afford a 2nd vehicle build queue. Although if he sold off the crane, I feel like he could. All that aside, he needs to defend against these seeker tanks. Blue Tiberium is starting to be cashed in for Futurama, growing up near 4,000 in the bank for Futy Boy. And honestly, he could drop another War Factory, a Nerve Center, and start teching. I'm not sure what he wants to do. For now, it's going to be a portal in the north. Seekers keeping a bit of pressure on in the south, and actually double refinery. Okay. Third base, full eco, baby. Keep it up, I guess. Shoktrepet, I am genuinely surprised, did not go for the more aggressive route. I thought for sure that's a double refinery in the north. The guy builds 5 refineries off of this blue Tiberium. I thought for sure he was going to be going for the maximum aggro play, hoping the early game aggression would win him the match. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like we fast-forwarded to 3-base economy. Futurama, 5K in the bank. Of course, as a screen player, his bank can grow a little bit bigger than the Nod and GDI factions. Scouting buzzer comes in here for Futurama. He still has this bunker over here, so he's kind of kept an eye on everything that Shoktrepet is doing. More and more refineries. Not a lot of war factories from either player, just one line of production. It's going to be Seekers and Gunwalkers. EMP is nice. Focuses down the non-EMP units to try and remove them from the battle. Descents and more Seekers coming in. Reinforcements hitting in 2 locations at once. Tib Troopers going to make short work of those descents, and the descents don't actually end that barracks or that Hand of Nod. This is a lot of Harvesters potentially exposed here. Descents going straight for the Harvesters. Repair drones getting called in, and that's where the cache of Futurama does get dropped. Lightning Spike, repair drones, attenuated force fields, and descents all crossing the map at the same time. Seeker tanks going for the target. This is looking like a repeat of game number 1, but the reinforcements need to keep coming in. Otherwise, these laser turrets are going to make short work of these Skrin vehicles. They've got a lot of health. When you account for attenuated force fields and the repair drones, they can be a little bit tanky compared to how they normally are. But in this case, the reinforcements did not come through. It's going to be attacked to Tier 3. It's going to be the hope of not an Eradicator or Hexapod. He didn't go Warp Chasm. Futurama is going every other direction than I thought he was necessarily going to go. It is going to be a Redeemer on the way. 1.5 fields basically still here for Shoktrepet to gather from. So his economy is actually going to be pretty solid. Could transfer maybe 2 more Harvesters up to the north if he wanted. That feels like the safer field, although with Shoktrepet, with Futurama backing off from the middle of the map. There's the Warp Chasm. With Futurama backing off from the middle of the map, this is actually maybe the safer field to harvest at the moment. 1 Scorpion tank trying to sneak around back. Force fields do get purchased for the higher tech units, and now those late game units are ready to go. 8K in the bank. That's more than enough to buy a couple of 1-clicks for Futurama. Shoktrepet is going to be thinking about his own 1-clicks as he techs up. He's got obelisks out on the field, and he most likely is going to be going for, well, he's actually already got supercharged particle beams. He's most likely going to be going for a Tib chemical plant at some point. Refinery may not actually die here with all of these supercharged particle beams blasting away at the descents. Gets the Harvester, but not the Refinery. Stealth on the Redeemer, so that's a sneaky boy who can make his way around the map. Eradicator Hexapod steps on out, so both of our epic units have made an appearance. Game number 1. Quite a rash and risky build. Game number 2, a floundering by, I don't know if that, okay, no, the Seed Tiberium sometimes turns a little bit wonky on the spawns, depending on where the units are, but that was actually a really solid Seed Tiberium. Game number 2, Futurama falls flat on his face and doesn't get anything done. Game number 3, looking like it's going to be an explosive start, and it just sort of turns normal. We got to a quick 3-base economy for both players, and a little bit of early, I don't know, a little bit of aggression, a little bit of attacking, but when all is said and done, really quite a normal game. Blue Tiberium regrowing. An inherent advantage of the Skrin way of life is the growth accelerator on the blue field. Rage Gen fires off, could be big damage. Doesn't seem like it's too bad. Losing a Gunwalker or Corruptor is certainly survivable at this stage. Rage Gen pops off. no real damage. Everything is close enough to repair drones that it can be made whole again. I love the kill of the Tib Spike in the north by Futurama. That was a good couple of minutes ago, and by now, that has accounted for a bit of lost mining. Shoktrepet, no cash in the bank. Futurama drawing close to 0 as well. So if he was hoping for a chemical catalyst missile, I don't think he's going to have it. All right, never mind. He's got $2 grand in the bank. Just kidding. Goes for the refinery in the middle. Doesn't go for the blue Tiberium one. Vertigo Bombers nearly get an Annihilator tripod, but they do miss. And Futurama may actually want to call off that Harvester. I feel like call off the Harvester for just a moment. Let that blue Tiberium start to regrow and then send one Harvester back. Massive army from Futurama. Should be an equally large army from Shoktrepet. Late game Shadow teams. I love it. I don't know exactly what the play is here with these Shadow teams, but I love the attempt from Shoktrepet. Rage Gen fires off. Everything mostly had already been given its attack commands. MCV takes a little bit of damage, not much though. Engineer grabs the Tib Spike in the south. You knock down my Tib Spike, I will take out your Tib Spike. Vertigo Bombers sacrificing themselves to get a couple of Gunwalkers and a tripod. It really does feel like the ground army should be there for Shoktrepet, but it just isn't. Redeemer and a couple of avatars. 4 avatars is a decent number, but it feels like there's way too much screen here for that little of a force. Tier 3 doesn't get sniped. It's going to be the refinery. Shadow teams all using their alternate ability, dropping those beacons so the Spectres can bombard from afar. Futurama's enough is enough. He is here to fight. He is here to play, and it's going to be a Harvester and a Redeemer caught by that stasis, locked out of this battle, and there's going to be the close-in. EMP is the answer to pretty much all of life's questions. Vapor Bomb and a Vein Detonation together as Shoktrepet pretty much drains his bank account to deal with this Scrin army, and Futurama descends, completely trashing the third base of Shoktrepet. EMPs do not land on that Redeemer, but it doesn't matter because that rear armor is so vulnerable that that Redeemer is done and dusted. Good night, sweet prince. That is Divide and Conquer Scrin Edition. There were 4 avatars and 1 Redeemer. Each section of that army was dealt with separately from the others. Futurama executing Shoktrepet in game number 3 to advance to game number 4 with a 2-1 score. Shoktrepet and Futurama feel so evenly matched that Shoktrepet, if he doesn't try anything too risky, I hope, can claw this one back and send us to our second game number 5. But Shoktrepet feels a little topsy-turvy, so maybe Futurama will just close things out. And it feels right to take us here to Tournament Highlands for game number 4. A steady favorite classic map of the last 3 to 4 years of Kane's Wrath. On the left side, sticking with red, sticking with Marked of Kane, this is Shoktrepet. Meanwhile, on the right side, plain Cyan, plain Scrin. Let's see if he can close it out to advance to the upper bracket semifinals. This is Futurama. It's a best of 5, and I think the next round might also be best of 5s, but after that, the series start to get longer. The final matches do get a little bit more drawn out. Best of 5s, sometimes those rash and risky builds, those surprise aggressive moves can get you close enough to victory that you can just edge it out, but in a longer best of 7, best of 9, best of 11... it gets a lot harder to rely on those trick plays game after game after game. In this case, Shoktrepet goes for a couple of bikes. It's going to be 3, and he moves out. So the buzzer will see no second Harvester. I guess the Harvesters are stealthed. But I think he may have even saw the bikes leaving. And he may actually have a little bit of a premonition that there is no second harvester there. EMP's coming in. We'll see. This is one of those things that can go really well if the execution lines up just nicely enough. Nice swing. Seeker tank backs away. Might be able to grab a Seeker and a Harvester at one go. EMP misses the second Seeker. Gets the War Factory. Oh, misses the Seeker again. This is where it goes from potentially doing big damage to just kind of waffling and doing not much of anything. Harvester will take a little bit of damage. Drone ship takes a little bit of damage. Maybe a Seeker or two will die, but overall these Harvesters should be fine. Behind the scenes, shoktrepet has spent a lot of his starting cash on this early aggression, and he has not gotten much for it. The expansion is nicely timed behind that, so shoktrepet has lost no time in his transition, and 3 bikes is not so big of an investment that you have to get a Harvester kill or 2 to make it worth it. That's really what you're hoping for, especially with the EMPs timing out quite nicely. And maybe it was a little bit of lag, maybe it was a bit of a misplay, misclick, but either way, it did not go shoktrepet's way, and he is going to have to find a better strategy in the mid-game. Double War Factory is going to be the choice for shoktrepet, but what will Futurama answer with? It's going to be Refinery. Refinery at the natural, and actually the Seekers show up, so they see this. It's a sacrifice of 2 Seekers, which in about 30 seconds, Futurama's really going to wish he had those 2 Seekers back at home. A couple of extra Seekers to do that defensive work would be really quite nice. Buzzer comes in for the confirmation double scout. He will see the MCV position, but he will see no refineries at the natural, and that's a big signal to Futurama, who's already losing Seeker after Seeker to this aggression. Futurama prioritizes the second War Factory over the next refinery. The right call here, but is it too late? It appears not. Seeker tanks are holding off the bike buggy for now. 5, 6, 7 Seekers out on the field chasing down the bike buggy. We'll see. Maybe they can get around this highland terrain just enough to find a better angle to bring down a Harvester or 2. It feels like with this many bikes and buggies produced, you should be able to get at least 1 Harvester kill, but that's a lot of Seekers that are defending. Power plant goes down. Futurama is going to be okay with that. 1 power plant for all of this trouble that's happened in this game. Seeker's moving in. Going to be able to grab 1 Scorpion. Futurama is hoping to find his own bits of damage. Nice control by shoktrepet. Not quite perfect enough, but it is good enough to buy time. EMP is going to be massive. Catches 4 Seekers there. 1, 2 of them already dead. The other 3 still out of range of that EMP. Second EMP might be able to land if there's another Shredder turret, but for now, the Seekers are being torn apart. No real threat after this, and Futurama dropped the cash on the repair drones as well, but he's not getting much value for them. 1 Harvester extremely low on health, but Futurama won't be able to seal the deal. If the reinforcements would have crossed the map and been there for a second wave, maybe something would have been able to happen, but also maybe Futurama would have just lost more Seekers and gotten very little for it. Cleaning up these bikes is a nice catch. He'll get 2 of them for sure. The third will escape. Double refinery on the natural expansion for shoktrepet, but Futurama has already matched that. Tier 3, I imagine, is very close to being done, and I'm wrong. It's only about 25% of the way there. Double portal. Second portal has been added on now. Of course, the first one was sold off long ago. Operations Center into an air tower for shoktrepet. Might just be for magnetic mines, but maybe he's got a little plan for some Venoms or some Vertigos later on. We saw him attempting the Vertigos on Decrepit Arena. It didn't work out tremendously well for him there, but maybe he'll find more value for it here. Tier 3 could be on the way. And a good number of Shredder turrets, which could be turned into EMPs for shoktrepet. We'll see if he's able to land any big shots. 2 Seeker tanks getting held in place. Scorpions are here. Buggies as well, a classic anti-scrin composition. One harvester explodes, the others will pivot around. The control has been very good for both of these players all throughout this series. Futurama is going to find little damage to do with his last remaining Seekers, and he's going to have to give these up. In the south, he might be taking down the Tib Spikes. Yeah, get what value you can. Good for him. Couple of Tib Spikes, and he loses everything else in the north. As we turn towards the middle of the map, epic units are on our horizon. The Warpgasm, 33% of the way done with that Eradicator Hexapod. Bikes getting cleaned up. Shoktrepet, it feels like he's had a lot of bikes this game, but not a lot of Harvester kills. I mean, it's not a huge number of bikes, but it does feel like he's, okay. Interesting choice. He does a little bit of damage to the Warpgasm. He grabs the Harvester, or the Refinery, and I'm not sure what that play was there. Why did he place it right on the edge of the Warpgasm in that particular way? Obviously, the missile, when it impacts, whatever it impacts, it will do a little bit of damage, even if there isn't Tiberium presence there. And so he does just a bit of chip damage, but it's kind of a bizarre pull. It's the sell-off of the Warpgasm, so I guess he technically does deny a little bit of income there. You're going to knock down my Tib Spikes. I'm going to knock down your Tib Spikes. Both of these guys above 3K in the bank. So those one clicks can be utilized without too much caution. Shoktrepet, his Redeemer is nearly done. I don't think there's going to be anything opposing that. Would be funny if there was a stasis shield on the tech to cancel the Redeemer, but I don't think that's going to happen. The timing window for that is about to run out regardless. The stasis shield can serve a better purpose elsewhere. We'll see exactly what happens for this next stage. These guys should be converging in the middle of the map, and indeed they are. This is where Tournament Highlands shows the kind of map that it is. Tib Trooper is going to be going toe-to-toe with those tripods. And tripods, well, they're going to be slowed down quite a bit, but they should be fine, at least in terms of their health bars. Seekers come in for the Scout. Still enough in the bank for some one clicks. Corruptors here. Is there a mastermind? I kind of feel like there should be a mastermind at this point. I'm expecting some hexalaming here from Futurama. I guess maybe he won't, but we're all expecting it. Mastermind is probably running out somewhere on the map. I just can't see it. That Harvester's very low on health. Perhaps he has a story to tell. And actually, this is a lot of blue Tiberium up here. Futurama is kind of... Is he slowing down on the blue Tiberium? I feel like you need to keep eyes on the blue Tiberium. There's 2 blue Tib fields on this map. That's something that you need to take careful note of, especially when your opponent has those sneaky, stealthy Harvesters. And actually, this Tib Spike did survive, so it's 1 Tib Spike to none at the current moment. Devastator warships taking a bit of damage, or doing a bit of damage to their own Gunwalker buddies. I think the Rage Gen, that's courtesy of the Rage Gen there. What in the world? 5-6 Scorpion tanks or something, and a couple of buggies joining together to knock down the old main base of Futurama. He's going straight for the MCV. He's got eyes on it. If he can get one more volley, he's going to be able to knock it down. Nicely done. Denies that MCV. EMP lands on the Eradicator Hexapod. That's 1-2 EMPs. The Corruptor's knocked down as well. Keep in mind, behind this, the main base of Futurama is being blasted to bits, but the natural expansion of Futurama is really what we care about. That's where the tech is. That's where the additional production is, and that's where the economy is going to be transitioning from to the middle of the map. So Shoktrepet, even though he's losing here in the middle of the map, he might be able to find some damage against the tech. Tier 3 is still here. Nerve Center is still here. Stasis is still here. Shoktrepet doesn't find the game-winning damage that he was looking for there in the natural expansion of Futurama. I thought maybe he was going to get the Nerve Center or the Stasis. Tier 3 would be the icing on the cake, but instead he gets a Harvester, and actually Futurama finally sends tripods back to deal with this. A couple of power plants on exit, a couple of Harvesters on exit. One, two, oh no, these are all empty. Never mind. These harvesters I thought maybe were full of Tiberium. That would be a lot of cash down the drain, but indeed it is not. They're pretty much all empty, so killing them off is just denying future income. It's not money lost in the moment. Refineries survive. Nerve center power plants all survive. Weird attack. Crushes come through. Bunch of buggies die right at the end there. Shoktrepet, almost brilliant, almost genius, almost tech resetting, game-winning kind of move, but it just doesn't come through. MCV should be back up and running. There it is, although that may have been the second MCV that we saw get eliminated by the Devastator warships, but at the very least, he has preserved his build queue. Devastator warships getting jumped on, not nearly enough anti-air to deny these Venoms. And indeed, these Venoms, well, they're going to be watching their old friend, the... Wait a second, what is even nearby to kill this Redeemer? There's really nothing. That stasis shield fires off, but I'm not sure how much value he's actually going to be getting for this. EMP is going to be raining down. Triple tripod getting locked down by the EMP, and now the Eradicator Hexapod as well. This is just infantry. This is infantry forces from Shoktrepet. He's going to be tearing this army apart because it literally can't move. The GG comes out. Futurama gives up in game number 4 and sends us to the ace match. Futurama completely misreading the last 3 minutes of that game. The enlightened transition by Shoktrepet, and Futurama never transitioned his economy. He was never able to take the middle of the map. He basically flatlined. The last 3 minutes of the game, he completely flatlined. He didn't explode up like we see Shoktrepet, but that will do it. Futurama running down the track, jump after jump after jump, and then the last hurdle comes up. He falls over, and Shoktrepet clears the finish line. Nicely done to Shoktrepet, and that will do it for Game 4, sending us to Game number 5. Which sends us to Sutherland Shores for game number 5. Indeed, the last match of this series. We will see a new battlefield. One with a little bit of water, too. Some nice dead airspace for any aircraft to make use of. Blue Tiberium there in the south. And in the top left-hand corner, playing himself some Black Hand. This is Futurama. Meanwhile, in the top right, playing Marked of Kane yet again, this is Shoktrepet. He's red. He is loving that color. And, well, who wins in the fight of Cabal and Awakened? Most of the time the Awakened, especially when they're double squatted up like this. But who wins in the Black Hand versus Marked of Kane fight? Futurama winning some solid games with Scrin, but not feeling it for game number 5. He says Black Hand is the way to go. No operation center. That's a refinery building there. Huh. Okay. I kind of thought there was going to be a sneaky flame build or something. Shoktrepet was clearly wondering. He wasn't necessarily, like, banking on it. But the scout comes through for Shoktrepet. Pretty consistent scout, north, south, and through the middle. Futurama does what he can to get a scout as well. Cabal going to be coming through the field. He will be seeing the double refinery also. And both of these players sort of having the agreement of, let's play for the mid-game. Let's go to 2 bases. Is this a... This feels like a high ground... It feels like you can place your MCV there. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Okay, no. Shoktrepet agrees with me. He says he's going to place his MCV on the high ground. Futurama, on the other hand, he walks much, much farther. It's not necessarily going to be a game-changing decision there, but he does walk a good distance further to get his MCV deployed. And that will be a little bit of a later deploy of the refinery, but I think it'll all come out in the wash. I'm more interested in the fact that this is Black Hand versus Marked of Kane. A matchup that in previous patches we basically would never have seen. At least not chosen deliberately, maybe in a random v random tournament, but not chosen deliberately in a $1,000 event like this. Aha, here we go. Secret Shrine is here. There is no refinery. There is no war factory at the natural. The scouts have been denied, and it's going to be one. Okay, the Hand of Nod. It's not necessarily doing anything too crazy, but we can expect Black Disciples. No Purifying Flame. Okay, so we're not going for some kind of big flame push. It's just going to be a little bit of man spam to potentially be defensive. Refinery, then war factory for shoktrepet. These two guys feel so evenly matched. I would love it if they were in the finals against each other. A long, drawn-out series between these two could be really entertaining. It feels like they are on their game. Although, by the time the finals rolls around, it will be a different day, a different week, maybe even a different month from when these matches were played. Operations Center is up and running. Futurama crosses the map. He's got his Black Hand members pumping. He's doing a little bit of a parade push across the map. Bike buggy, rockets as well, hoping that his flames can burn down his opponent. And it's Blue Tiberium. All right, so shoktrepet scouts the Blue Tiberium attempt by Futurama, immediately sees it, and he is not going to be able to punish it because Futurama had already turned his bike buggy around, and this does leave his rocket squads very vulnerable. The attack falls apart. Futurama clearly was gunning for this bike buggy man spam attack to hit the natural expansion, and behind it, he's taking the Blue Tiberium. It did not work. That diversion from shoktrepet, his own bike buggy swinging through the southern half of the map, have completely disrupted Futurama's attempts. He's going to get a harvester. One down. Second harvester could be targeted. Maybe just trades out with bikes. No, he does find a second harvester to attack, and there's going to be a kill. No, okay, barely. It does go down. I thought maybe it had juked behind the building just in time, but no, it does not. Last shots. Futurama gets what he can. More pressure at the natural expansion. Futurama wants to make sure that shoktrepet isn't doing something similar. We do have these platforms way off on the edge of the map. No real chance to utilize them, I think, although it would be sick if these were actually expansion points and you could hide tech over there. It wouldn't do you much good, but it would be sick nonetheless. Radar jamming missile fires off. Oh, man. Those Cabal squads still do so much damage versus bikes. And actually, the rocket squads do even more. Bye-bye, bikes. Bye-bye. Gonzo are those bikes. The last buggy will explode as well. Shoktrepet has tried a couple of times to put some aggression out on the field, and he's got knocked down. Futurama has mostly been knocked down in his aggressive attempts, but Futurama has taken the Blue Tiberium, and he's knocked down a couple of harvesters of his opponent. He's going to get some nice damage onto the War Factory, but of course the EMP locks down that flame tank and says, no, no, no. You don't get a free kill of a War Factory. No free kill of War Factory for you. If you want a free kill of a War Factory, you're going to have to pay for Purifying Flame. You're going to need that Blue Flame upgrade for that extra bit of juice to get those flames that much further. From this position, I feel like Futurama might even take this middle field and then essentially expand backwards to his proper natural expansion. Futurama with a decent amount of cash in the bank. His MCV hasn't moved, which is somewhat surprising. Redeemer? Is he going Redeemer? What is the play here? I don't know what the play is here for Redeemer. Radar jamming missile fires off. Bye-bye. And he is not coupling that with any kind of crazy attack. No stealth harvesters, you would think, would be a bit of a problem. Multi-MCV for Futurama. But no stealth harvesters hasn't really come into play yet. There hasn't been that much harassment, all things considered. What's Futurama even doing here? All right, he deploys the refinery. He gets sniped immediately. Nicely done there by shoktrepet. 3 low-health harvesters full of Tiberium. If he had a couple of bikes there to finish off those harvesters, that could potentially be devastating. Rocket squads are here. Harvesters from Futurama are stealing the Tiberium double load of blue Tiberium, and the rocket squads are going to be keeping the Scorpions busy so that the Harvesters can escape. The Scorpions could try and give chase, but they're going to be leaving themselves exposed to those rocket squads, and the Rockets get their last shots off to end those Scorpions. Look at that, Futurama stealing $5,500 worth of Tiberium away from Shoktrepet, and that's going to be going straight into his bank account. That is such a perfect move here. Tib core missiles, charged particle beams, probably EMP coils as well. Futurama is getting basically everything under the sun, and Shoktrepet has been trying to get his feet underneath him for the last half of this game. One Harvester just sitting around doing nothing for Shoktrepet. That doesn't help his case here. And it is going to be an Avatar versus this infantry transition from Futurama. Futurama with refineries on his natural and with every opportunity to go into the last stage of this game with a very powerful army. I'm really, really surprised that he does not have a Redeemer engineering facility. Okay, well, never mind. There it is. As soon as this refinery gets placed down, I have a feeling it is going to be eliminated. Futurama is maintaining a little bit of vision in this area, but he's got that chemical plant. EMP will lock down the Harvester. And no refinery. No refinery on the blue Tiberium. There we go. All right. Is it going to happen? Sells it off. All right, nicely done. Still denies that refinery. The Harvester getting to work. Big explosion there. Will force a little bit of a reset of the timing, but Shoktrepet, he's got multi-MCV. Building an extra refinery isn't the end of the world. EMP catches a flame tank. I was expecting more flame tanks in this game, but we're at least getting some of them. They just aren't doing anything at all. Futurama had a magnificent transition into the late game, but will he actually be able to close out this game, seal the deal, and finalize his spot in the upper bracket semifinals? It feels like things are starting to slip away. It feels like Shoktrepet is evening out this game and making it a bit more of a fair fight. Flame tanks getting added into the mix, but the EMPs have been too on point for Shoktrepet. He has been too steady, too consistent with that, and it's just turning into Shredder turrets versus Shredder turrets. But the power of flame weapons compels you, and it compels Futurama to win the Shredder turret battles. He's got the maximum upgrade Shredder turrets, or no, he doesn't have the maximum upgrade Shredder turrets, but he has flame weapons above all else. Harvester low on health. Oh no, that one is already dead or transitioned away. Instead, it's going to be Bikes jumping on this one Harvester, and Shoktrepet has been denied massively his blue Tiberium. He has been denied massively the right to a quiet night of rest because these flame tanks are always trying to sneak in the back door. Tier 3. Oh, the Scorpion tanks wouldn't let him do it. He was so close. Back on the front line, it's Spectres versus Beam Cannons. Marked of Kane versus Blackhand, and the Tib Bane detonation finds a Spectre, finds some damage on the Redeemer as well. Nearly down to half health for Shoktrepet. Futurama denying the economy of Shoktrepet time and time and time again, and he's finally bringing the last pieces to bear against Shoktrepet. The flame tanks have all been a failure, denied and stopped at every turn, but perhaps Futurama's last big push will be this center green Tiberium field. He will lock down this game, and he will go into the semifinals. Shoktrepet felt like he had a chance to come back in this game, but it feels like it's slipped away now. Maybe he can still pull something out, but his ground army just is non-existent at this point. 2 avatars out on the field, no control of this last big Tiberium field. His own blue Tiberium being stolen from out from under his nose for half the game. And now he's finally trying to turn things around. Low health avatars, a shot or two away from death and destruction. EMPs can cover a multitude of mistakes, but they're not the be-all, end-all. All right, he gets a beam cannon for free. Oh, obelisks are starting to encroach on the blue Tiberium. Futurama in complete control. This harvesters, it looked like they were just circling around each other. I'm not sure what they were actually doing. And now the harvesters are auto-pathing right next to all of the base defenses of Futurama. Fortunately, Shoktrepet is able to escape, at least for the time being. But one of these guys has multiple thousands of dollars in the bank, and the other one is scraping the bottom of the barrel, checking his couch for change because he is running on empty. Redeemer is trying to walk away, and if this Redeemer had an army behind it, or if Futurama hadn't taken all of the money out of Shoktrepet's bank account, there would maybe be a chance for Shoktrepet to do something with this one Redeemer, but it feels like it's close to hopeless. Futurama has played this game out close to perfectly, so amazingly handled at every stage of the game. A couple of mistakes here and there, and ultimately his flame tanks really did nothing for him. But he has played this game out so incredibly well. It's a noose, tightening around the neck of Shoktrepet. 6K in the bank, and he just spent a bunch of it. You just saw a bunch of it disappear. I think that was a vapor bomb called in on this war factory. Vertigo bombers returning from a bombing run. EMP lands, and it's going to be a catalyst missile as well. Knocks down that refinery, taking everything away from Shoktrepet. Everything that can be taken away is being taken away from Shoktrepet. Truly pushed into a corner, and we'll see what he can muster in the last moments of this game. But it's game 5. It's 2-2 on the scoreboard. Shoktrepet has had his chance at the comeback, and he has failed to rise to the occasion. He has one last chance. He is out of gas, and he is just about out of options as Futurama targets down the Redeemer of Shoktrepet. Beam cannons burning it down from afar. Two avatars trying to hold on to hope. Supercharged particle beam. Shredder turrets are the best thing he's got going for him. No, the Vertigos are the best thing he's got going for him. The beam cannons explode. The front line doesn't slow down, but it does stall out for just a moment. This train is gonna keep rolling. Futurama is still looking for his semi-finals ticket. He just hasn't found it yet, and Shoktrepet is not ready to give it up just yet. Economy has been rocking and rolling for Futurama. He has played this one out slow and steady. He is not looking to open any mistakes, which will allow Shoktrepet to get back in this game. He is controlling every aspect of this game immaculately, and he is doing it while keeping consistent pressure on Shoktrepet from pretty much the beginning of this game. Futurama looking to close it out. At this stage, he might be able to just cue a move into his opponent's base, but there are still a couple of tricky things that could happen. Vertigo bombers can be deceptively powerful. Rage Gen can turn an army into mush. All right, a Redeemer can kill a bike and a buggy. That's that's actually normal. That's nothing tricky at all. But in a Redeemer fight, the Vertigos can absolutely make the difference. Fresh War Factory on the front line. It's going to be EMP Raider buggies and bikes on the front line. Fully upgraded, early Tier 1, cheap, low health units. But they are here to fight in the last stages of this game. Oh, I feel like the Harvester hunting is too late. If you wanted to do the Vertigo Harvester hunting, you needed to do that 8 minutes ago. Not now. I don't know if he had Vertigos 8 minutes ago, but he needed to do that a while ago, not start it now after 45 seconds of circling. Shoktrepet has been out of options for the last 3 or 4 minutes, but he is keeping hope alive against all odds. He is hoping to find the last... He's hoping to find the last hope, the last option. A Spectre explodes, and an Avatar gets melted. Power plant's getting targeted down. EMP Raider buggies come in. They don't even fire off their EMPs. Futurama has just lined them up one by one for this stealth reveal. Finally, he lands the EMP, and it's going to be bikes crashing into the Redeemer. Shoktrepet is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. Vertigo bombers coming in to try and save the day, but there are too many targets for them to try and knock it down. The Redeemer gets eliminated. Shoktrepet's last hope falls to the ground, and Futurama, in complete control of this game, smashes the air tower on his exit. He will go to the semifinals. 3-2 is the score, and Shoktrepet has been knocked out of this series. A fantastic set of games from Futurama and Shoktrepet. Really solid play and control by both of them. A little bit wonky here and there in some of those games, but that was absolutely perfect control by Futurama in this game. Slow and steady wins the race. That was his mantra, and we saw it work out well for him here, and that sends us into our final quarterfinal series. And that sends us for the last time in this quarterfinals to Desert Field. Our last matchup of the upper bracket in the Cyan. Playing GDI, this is Green Zero. Meanwhile, on the south side of the map, playing Orange, playing Blackhand. Give it up for Phoenix. Both of these players have had impressive tournament runs in the past. It feels like in the last couple of years, if Green Zero shows up to an event, he makes top 4. Sometimes he goes a little bit further than that, but it feels like he is a pretty consistent, like if you were going to place a bet, placing a bet on Green Zero making it to the top 4 happens quite often if he shows up to an event. He has not been playing a ton in the latter half of this year, but he is playing this event. He is here. Phoenix, on the other hand, has been knocking off the rust over the course of this year. We're going to see how much rust he's knocked off of this Flame Rush. What variant will it be? Pretty small map. Not super tiny, but small enough that these flame tanks can do big damage. Pitbull spots this flame tank basically immediately, and Green Zero does positively identify it and says hello, tags it with one hit from that Pitbull's second hit before the flame tank even leaves, and this is a double Flame Reckoner follow-up. So this is not the Masterleaf build, this is not the Masterleaf Flame Rush, but this can still be a very powerful combination. That Reckoner Flame follow-up can be the thing that actually gets the damage done, and we'll just see. The Pitbulls will be distracted with the Flame Tank, and it will allow Phoenix to potentially sneak around the outside with that Reckoner and make his way through the map safely to the Green Zero side of the field. Phoenix, the Decade Cup winner from 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. He's had some impressive showings in the past. At one time, people were saying that he was in contention for being the GOAT of Kane's Wrath. Has he had that kind of performance in 2022? Not necessarily. It feels like Phoenix has been a little bit more topsy-turvy. Sometimes he will have some amazing games, some great showings, and then the next one you'll see from him will be a little bit down and a little bit uneven. Phoenix in this event, I'm not sure. He's made it to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket, so he's not slouching. He's not losing to players that you would not expect him to lose to. He's holding his own, and so far in this game, it's a rough start, but we'll see how he transitions into the late game. Green Zero loves his Pitbull. The dude collects dogs more than anyone else. And in this case, it's going to be Refinery into a second War Factory at the Natural. What are these two scorpions doing here? This seems super weird. This war factory is going to die. The Reckoner goes way up to the north side. It's actually going to potentially get a refinery and a war factory. This flame tank is doing big damage. And yeah, Green Zero's expansion just exploded. The Harvester goes down full of Tiberium. These pit bulls, they made the call for the top side of the map, and now this power plant will pay the price because pit bulls can't kill Black Hand Squads. They can kill a Reckoner, sure, they can burn that down, but they can't stop the Black Hand Squads. Honestly, I thought the Black Hand Squads were going to go for the Tib Spikes. God, the power plant, sure, good enough. These Harvesters need to go for the Crush. They needed to go for the Crush 10 seconds ago. This refinery might be burned down. The power plant block comes in just in time. Green Zero will save that refinery, but barely. That was close to the end of the game. Pitbulls trying to strike back on the other side of the map. It's going to be a couple of rocket squads here. The response from Phoenix. Talk about topsy-turvy. That was a rough start to the game for Phoenix, but he has turned that baby around, and he has gotten some nice damage on the back end of it. That was an excellent transition out of a underwhelming flame tank rush. You saw that flame tank rush. It got spotted immediately. It looked like Green Zero was going to be able to handle it. It's like, oh, well, that kind of did nothing. You spent all of that cash right out of the gate. You did all of that, and the result is nothing. And then suddenly, Phoenix pulls out the 1-2 punch. The distraction on the top side of the map opens up the opportunity to kill off the War Factory and the refinery at the natural. Predator tank, probably a bit of a movement bug there, unless Green Zero really just wanted to donate away that Predator tank this holiday season. He was feeling generous for Christmas. He says, Phoenix, you need a little gift. Here, have a Predator tank. Sometimes units do move in unexpected ways. AP ammo, about 90% of the way done. Second War Factory is back up and running. Okay, maybe he is just donated away a couple of units. He's like, my vehicle army is just too big and beefy. AP ammo is going to give me too much of an advantage. Take a couple of these units off my hand. Jumping on these... Okay, no, the Harvesters do pull back. I was going to say, jumping on the Harvesters might actually be the safer move there in terms of actually getting the kills. Predator tanks coming in for the Crush. Phoenix going through the middle of the map. He's going to be able to pick up a couple of loads of blue Tiberium pretty much for free, as his infantry are covering the attack with, or covering the harvesting with their attack. Predator tanks moving in. Phoenix has seen this in a couple of different places, so he should have more than enough to respond to this. The Scorpion tanks are a little thin. The rockets are going to have to be the thing that carries Phoenix through this moment. Predator tanks are going to be falling. Their rear armor exploited here as the Scorpions and the rockets go for a bit of a surround. And the Obelisk is the icing on the cake. 4, 5, 6 Predator tanks will be donated away here. And they will claim a couple of Scorpion lives, but not much more than that. A secondary flame tank on the right side of the map denies a scouting squad. Tertiary flame tank, I guess. This boy is the secondary. Gets eliminated, and that's why the third one was pulled back. Mantises are here. It's the Black Hand response to Hammerheads. No Tib Core just yet, but we can expect that upgrade coming in. Double War Factory plus an airfield for Green Zero. Well, single refinery at the natural expansion. Oh well. Unfortunate, that one click. Oh, let's call attention to this. EMP Control Center is online for Phoenix. Could be a game changer. Could be a big whiff. Harvesters. Phoenix says, thank you for the donation of those tanks earlier. You can have this Harvester. Tib Core eats up one Hammerhead. Other than that, they're going to be able to dodge away. APCs coming in here, trying to target down the Tier 3. It's going to be a Tib Silo block and a Hand of Nod to try and deny these APCs from doing any real damage this Christmas season. Buggy comes in for the scout, but will be cleaned up. And Tiberi growing on top of this foxhole. Radar jamming missile fires off, and The cash on the map, well, it's not going to dry up anytime soon because we have a full, untouched third field for both players to take advantage of. Cleanup on aisle green 0. Redeemer is stepping out onto the map. Marv is a little bit further away. Is there even a Reclamator hub out on this map? I don't even... Okay, a couple of Juggernauts, that's a good idea, but no Marv here. Unfortunately for Green 0, although he does spot the EMP control center. He flies right over it, so he knows that that is a potential threat. Tib core and quad turrets make this a much harder base to crack. That quad turret upgrade really does a lot to amp up any Nod defense. Tib core, I guess, is also doing a lot in the anti-air department. These mantises, that's not even a donation. They just did 50% damage to that airfield by attracting stray shots of a Juggernaut. Oh, they can actually sneak by here. They can sneak right through that dead space, and they are chasing these hammerheads. They're actually doing some work here. These mantises, I thought were going to be another donation, but no. Phoenix, who clicked them on those hammerheads, has actually gotten some pretty good value. Rocket's going to be getting cleaned up. This will leave the Redeemer exposed. No EMPs. I don't think there's Shockwave Artillery ready to go. Instead, the Redeemer is going to have to try and close the distance, and the EMP will find the last hammerheads as they try and transition. But really, it'll find those Juggernauts, and that EMP shoe needed to be on the other foot, locking down this Redeemer. The Sonic Emitter will scare the Redeemer away, but not before a couple of Juggernauts will lose their lives in the exchange. This Mantis, I don't know what he's doing. He is here on the front line for no good reason at all. And that Sonic Emitter blasting away waves of infantry, eliminating them one after another. And Phoenix says, your field? My field. This is my field now. Green 0 a little bit late to the party, and he is going to be getting knocked down in game number 1. Phoenix with cash in the bank with a third base behind this assault, and he is going to be... Unfortunately, the bugs find us all. Green 0 getting capsized by his own harvesters, absolutely bugged as they turn the front of that refinery into a parking lot. And I mean, I don't know how much that affected the game, but the last minute was pretty solidly in Phoenix's control. So even if Green 0 was flatlining there because of those harvesters, or even back here, Phoenix still had that game at that point. And it was a little too late to the party, but we'll see what happens in game number 2. And that sends us to the map Winter Meltdown for game number 1. In the bottom left-hand corner, playing as the yellow now. Still sticking with black hand, this is Phoenix. Up 1-0. Against the now orange GDI in the top right-hand corner. This is Orange 0. He's orange. He's 0? I don't know. He's Green 0. He's playing GDI. And after a disappointing game number 1, we'll see if he can kick it into overdrive for game number 2. Right the score. Give us a 1-1, or if Phoenix will just drop green to the floor and go into game number 3 with a 2-0 lead. Our last quarterfinal of this video, I guess our last quarterfinal in total. There's only 4, there can only be 4 quarterfinals. Although for the overall tournament, I guess this is like the round of 12 or the round of 16-ish. So I guess it's kind of like one extra from the quarterfinal, and we'll figure all of that stuff out in the lower bracket. But we need to figure out who is going on to face Futurama in that upper bracket semifinals. Phoenix and Green 0 have both had good runs against Futurama in the past. So pretty much any way this goes, it's going to be a good series. Black hand, but it's double refinery at the natural, and Green Zero spots that immediately. He starts trying to annoy the MCV of Phoenix. Phoenix, on the other hand, I don't think he went big into the scouts. He probably got a couple somewhere. I just didn't see exactly where they ended up. He did grab these buildings very early on, get a couple of key positions just so he has an early warning system for himself, and then he's going to buggy scout instead. There aren't a ton of tricks that GDI could play that would make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess you could, like, MCV sell barracks all in, like, technically, but that's not a build. MCV makes it to the expansion. It's still got 60-70% of its health. Kind of an annoying amount of damage to take in this case. Engineer. What? What is he gonna engineer? Is he gonna airfield that engineer over APC engineer? All right, he built a barracks, and that is a barracks pre-refinery. This engineer might just sort of make its way along the very southern edge of the map and then unload over here, and that's going to be a tib spike for Green Zero, which is going to be nice for him. Other than that, things are looking exceedingly normal. After a tumultuous game number 1, at least the start of game number 1 was tumultuous, and then it eventually turned into a relatively normal game in the middle there, and Phoenix was just able to roll that into a huge advantage late game. Scorpion Tank has sussed this out. That sucks. Never mind, the Scorpion Tank just lets it happen. Phoenix not looking there on the minimap, distracted by these pit bulls in the middle of the map, and he might just lose this tib spike, which of course over time will be the bigger deal than a couple of pit bulls running around in the middle of the map. But at the moment, the pit bulls are the thing that draw his attention. And yeah, Green Zero is going to basically get a... Is he going to go for more? He's going to go for more. This sneaky APC set to hold fire stance so that it does not attack anything randomly and give it away. The pit bull's still distracting Phoenix. I guess he could take a refinery. He's going to go for the refinery. He might get the harvester as well. Boop! Gotcha! Harvester 2, the last bit of Tiberium, and that is a magnificent pull for Green Zero. Magnificent luck of Phoenix not paying attention, and these pit bulls were the perfect distraction for that. APC is going to be transitioning into Hammerheads. AP Ammo finishing up momentarily. You couldn't ask for a better opening for Green Zero. He had a difficult game number 1, but he's going to make up for it with a far better game number 2. And Phoenix is just going to burn down the refinery. Hammerheads showing up. They're going to be able to shut down this flame tank. Might get a kill on a couple of harvesters, but I think the flame tank is the big target. A couple of buggies will be getting targeted down as well, as these Hammerheads don't want to let their numbers build up too big and become a problem. Green Zero well set up to go into the mid-game, gets himself a free harvester there, gets himself a free refinery, and actually can just transition that harvester over to his own field if he wants. Flame tank going to be denied before it even really gets a chance to do its job. Pit bulls should be able to pick up a couple of harvester kills here with the help of the Hammerheads. A couple of harvesters low on health. I guess he really only got one harvester there, and no, the pit bull's pathing the wrong way. Green Zero letting the Kane's Wrath AI manage his units and the direction they go. He pays the price as those pit bulls get eliminated. Couple more Hammerheads going down, retreating to his natural expansion, and actually this refinery will go down. This flame tank has many targets to choose from, many opportunities with which it can do good. Phoenix will not get that second refinery. Barely it survives. Those last bits of flame licking at that refinery, but not quite finding it. The splash damage just wasn't enough, and Phoenix will be a little bit sad about that. Gonna be a catalyst missile that finds a natural expansion refinery, and Scorpion tanks are here to do the cleanup work. I thought maybe it was a vein detonation as well, but these Scorpion tanks aren't going to find many kills at all. There's 4 harvesters that are extremely low on health that could be vein detonated, but Phoenix had the cash momentarily. Not so much anymore. Unfortunately for Phoenix, he doesn't quite finish the 1-2 punch. Once again, Green Zero's harvesters turning the field into a parking lot. But they're going to transition nicely right now. Phoenix, he himself is going to find a bit more of a slow transition into the late game due to some mid-game shenanigans. Harvester gets tagged. Well caught there. Yeah, that vein detonation would have been pretty devastating. I think 4 harvesters would have exploded, which would have been worth it. Marv comes out onto the field. Zone troopers are here. Bike Buggy is the combo that Phoenix has been sticking with, and he's going to be hoping that he can get over to a 3rd field, although these Hammerheads might be able to pick up the kill on the MCV. It's walking by itself. The Hammerheads see it. Do they actually close in? They get the catch, and they might get the kill as well. Phoenix doesn't deploy. Phoenix almost defeating himself, and the expansion will fall. Goodbye, MCV. Oh, he almost got the cancel there. He almost, because every time you transform from unpacked to packed to unpacked, it breaks whatever unit's attacking command was given. And so anytime a unit is attacking you, you can use the transition to break their attack command. Sometimes it works. In that case, it didn't. Black Hand Squad's going to be able to burn down the rest of Green Zero's main base, and Phoenix will find even more damage here at the natural expansion. He might be able to lock down this airfield. No more aircraft production for you. A couple of Hammerheads going to be returning home, but that's going to be the wrong choice to try and stop this attacking force. Way too much Bike Buggy here for Green Zero to deal with. The Marv is going to be coming into the middle of the map, and that is going to be Green Zero's late game economy. Airfield does get burned down. Barracks will be the next to fall. Command post is nearby, but there might be too much firepower. No, the EMPs land, and these pit bulls will not be able to knock down these bikes, at least not just yet. Black Hand Squads don't totally clear out those rocket squads, and it's going to be the watchtowers that get the push to shove Phoenix in the other direction. The last bike does escape, barely making it out with his life. Marv left exposed and unprotected in the middle of the map. Normally, that's a bigger problem, but in this case, Phoenix doesn't have anything anywhere nearby to punish this Marv. Green Zero floating nearly at 4K as he transitions to his own 3rd base. He's got a crane, he's got his MCV down here, and he's probably going to be looking to add that airfield back into his roster so that he can resume that air control. Marv is moving out. Unprotected epic unit. Normally it's a problem. In this case, Phoenix, he just moves his MCV. He says, I'm going to take Green Zero's old main base. Phoenix did eventually take back his own tib spike, which is good for him. Green Zero still has control of his original tib spike, which is good for Green Zero. EMPs potentially coming in here. A couple of Raider buggies are waiting. Rear armor, that's big damage on the Marv. That turnaround animation is so slow when you're watching your health bars disappear. 2 more Raider buggies coming in here, so the EMP can be chained. A fresh Raider buggy shows up. This is going to be a dead Marv. No real way to save it. Marv gets a crush on a Raider buggy, though, but that's going to be a dead epic unit. I didn't think Phoenix had enough nearby to actually punish this, but he does. He knocks down that Marv. And I guess Phoenix also donated away a couple of units there to those rocket squads. 3rd base, what do you need it for? I guess I'm just going to take my opponent's main. That's what Phoenix says. He takes his opponent's tip spike. He's going to take his opponent's main base and just long-distance harvest this third. He is truly long-distance harvesting his third base. Airfield bought and sold? Okay, it was a double airfield. Was that a mistake? Oh, okay, well, that refinery is definitely safe from Catalyst. That is definitely a safe spot from the Catalyst. Attack bikes come in so long ago. Those harvesters were brought low on health, and Phoenix is finally making good on that promise he made to himself. Wow, these refinery placements are not optimal. Phoenix going to be closing in its bike, Eric's buggy, avatar, or purifier, and Redeemer all together. This Redeemer has no upgrades, no infantry garrisoned inside of it. Hammerhead's going to be getting torn apart by these buggies. Rocket Squad's getting melted by those flame units. The Marv is about 3/4 of the way done. EMP locks down that Reclamator hub, and it's going to be the flame tanks, or the flame units on these purifiers to knock down that Reclamator. Even a couple of bikes coming in to try and get in on the action. Hiding behind that MCB, the Sonic Emitter won't be able to save it, and that Marv will not see the light of day. The Redeemer walks in with no protection, very little army around it, and the Redeemer walks out. Kills the barracks just to deny the engineer build times, and will kill the husks on exit. Phoenix, leaving nothing to chance, will not give Green Zero the opportunity to come back in this game. He is going to slowly base crawl his way back to his original third base, while also moving his MCB into prime position in Green Zero's original main. What a turnaround here for Phoenix. He was faltering in that mid-game. It looked like Green Zero had a solid position to launch into the late game, and it just never turned out for him. Phoenix has been on top of him and locking down pretty much every option. 2 games are looking close to be in the bag for Phoenix. I mean, we never want to count someone out. Anything can happen. Anything can turn around. Any mistakes can be made. It could all fall apart for Phoenix in the next couple of minutes. That would be pretty funny, I guess. All right, another Marv is on the way. Green Zero with 1,600 in the bank. Doesn't have a lot of cash to play around with, but he does have a decent amount of Tiberium under his control. Not nearly as much as Phoenix. Phoenix, who basically holds 4 Tiberium fields ready and waiting. Not a lot of Tiberium in that main base, but this natural expansion and the third both have enough cash to keep Phoenix going for a good little while. Green Zero's main base has a lot of cash as well, and Phoenix can fight this one out for a long time with these 4 fields. Couple of 1-clicks could be coming Green Zero's way as well. Those timers are going to be close to resetting. And the Marv, well, it's having a hard time finishing with Green Zero's bank account dropping close to 0. And, well, with a $1,500 cash back, he actually is now up over $3,000. So both of these guys, they've got enough cash in the bank. Green Zero forced to sell off some of those later structures that he built, and now once again dealing with a bunch of rockets on his doorstep. It's going to be a watchtower and a hammerhead to get the cleanup. Rockets don't actually target down the hammerhead. They could have gotten the kill on that hammerhead, and sniper teams make their way to the front line. Green Zero will hold off that attack, but his last hope is in the middle of the map. Half Marvest, half Harvest perhaps, and he does still control this refinery, so he has a little bit of economy trickling in here or there. He would love to have 2 tip spikes to his name, but they're under the control of Phoenix. There's the Marvesting happening. War factories seemingly in every corner of the map for Phoenix. He really only has them in one corner of the map. The rest of this is just passive infrastructure, not doing anything for the war effort. He really only has 1 war factory. Phoenix has got cash because he's got no production. Double war factory now added on. He's fueling that with Green Zero's original main base. Hey, I thought that was supposed to make my units, not your units. Green Zero's Marv now going to be chewing up this field. Bike Buggy going to descend upon the natural expansion. And Green Zero, who hasn't found a strong win for the last 8 minutes of this game, is going to be finding even less advantage to try and come away with. Harvesters going down this late in the game can be inconsequential, but in this case, Green Zero doesn't have a lot of Harvesters on the field. He doesn't have many to begin with. Redeemer steps forward. It's going to be a lot of infantry supporting this Redeemer. A couple of beam cannons as well. Rage Gen fires off, but most things have already been given their attack commands. The beam cannons are going to burn down one Juggernaut, then the other. EMP Raider buggies are ready to lock down this Marv one after another, and it's going to be a closeout of this game. EMPs come in, the War Factory gets shut down. This was Green Zero's last chance to try and make something happen in this game, and Phoenix isn't even targeting down the Marv. He burns the War Factory first before the Marv is extinguished, and that will be the end of Green Zero's chances in this game. 2 games solidly under the control of Phoenix, close from beginning to end. Okay, Green Zero's going to fight this one out. A bunch of watchtowers. He's got some Predator tanks. The Predator tanks, in theory, could do something, but what are they going to do? Like, run over the entire map in the time that it takes Phoenix to burn down everything that's in this little quadrant? There is a lot of ground to cover for these 5 Predator tanks, and Phoenix is just using Fanatics to take those down. That'll be the GG as Phoenix heads soaring into game number 3. 2 wins on his back, ready to go and ready to take that 3rd one to close out this series. And that sends us to Sick City for the final match of this series. Well, not final match. If it's up to this yellow GDI player in the north, this is Green Zero. And guess what? Playing on the other opposite side of the map as the green, this is Phoenix. Switching it up to Marked of Kane. He says, wow, I got 2 really great wins with Black Hand. I don't want to play Black Hand. I want to play Marked of Kane. And I guess we'll see if it works out. Double tip spike on this map. Looks like all of the engineers are in position. All right, there we go. Finally got told to get into that tib spike. And we'll see. There will be no flame tank rushes here, but Phoenix could still pull out some weirdness with EMPs running around the map. I mean, we don't really see EMPs this early be of much consequence. They're more of an annoyance than anything else. And in this case, it could be annoying, but Green Zero has this last chance to turn this series around. I mean, we're not saying goodbye to him regardless. Oh no, Phoenix forgets his engineer, maybe for a minute there, as he makes the mistake that we have all made, where you waypoint your engineer over to something which is in the fog of war, and then you forget to check back in on him when he is close enough that you can give him the order to capture the building. Oh, well. That delay is not going to signal the end of the game by any means, but this is kind of a weird map. It's very close, and because of the way the attack paths work on this map, you can end up with some very knife fight, very close quarters kind of action. That sometimes leaves us with some bizarre looking games. These attack paths on the corners can be cut off, and then, well, the duck crossing is the only way to get to your opponent's side of the map. I love the doodads such as the duck crossing sign. Like, hey, this bridge is also for ducks. Or maybe they mean the ducks cross the river. They cross the water. So even if the bridge is out, the ducks can still cross. Either way, Refinery comes up at the natural expansion. It is a 2-map field. Blue in each corner. And this is one of the ways that this map can be weird. It is a very short walk, natural to natural. You expand towards your opponent. And in this case, Green 0 is the aggressor. Of course, the yellow GDI player, Green 0 is the aggressor. Look at that, making use of the foxhole. Phoenix being cute. What an adorable little move there by Phoenix. Green 0 with the double War Factory play. He is, I assume, going to be following it up with a... Is he not? His MCV is packed up. I thought he was going for a Refinery after that. This is going to be double War Factory. Pretty heavy commitment here for Green 0. Spending basically all of his cash on Predator tanks. Pretty good micro so far from both players. These engagements can be extremely awkward. MCV does unpack on the high ground there for Green 0. And Phoenix's economy is stronger, but his production is weaker. Oh, laser turret down for just a moment, but it's finally back online. Scorpion tanks getting popped one by one. Green 0 may have hit the critical mass that he needs. He can also start targeting down these harvesters. EMPs haven't landed, but finally they find their damage. Scorpion tanks continuing to explode. It feels like the critical mass has been reached. Laser turrets were too little, too late. The harvesters have not taken much damage at all. That is the only thing saving Phoenix in this moment, is that he hasn't lost absolutely all of his harvesters. Laser turrets are a good option. Scorpion tanks and rockets are the better option, but the APCs blast apart those rockets. The EMPs just have not been winners, and that one's a complete whiff. Rockets trying to come in late in the game. Phoenix was not prepared for this. He did not see this coming, and Green 0 may find his first win of this series with an aggressive play on a small map. Six City is a bit of a weird one, and in this case, Green 0 is going to turn the tide of this series, give himself a shot at taking this whole series back away from Phoenix. The Foxhole turning against Green 0. The mine drop here at the transition is going to be key for Green as he loses momentum and he doesn't get the harvester kills that he was looking for. Those Scorpion tanks should have been in much bigger numbers, but Green 0 found so many of them time and time and time again. And now it's going to be a proper transition into his natural expansion. Double Refinery plus the command post. All ready and waiting, all here and ready to fuel the next stage of this engagement. APMO is probably getting close to done as well, which will just make these APCs even more powerful. Another whiffed EMP here for Phoenix. The dude can't hit so far in this game. Scorpion tank's gonna have to waste their time shooting up mines instead of taking down these APCs and Predator tanks. Wave 2 of the attack is looking a lot more successful than Wave 1. Already some harvesters going down, and this is the important field. There's the scan to reveal the stealth. The parade push is not over as more reinforcements show up for Green 0 and more harvesters explode for Phoenix. APMO couldn't have finished at a better time other than about 1 minute earlier. Laser turrets will hold off the rest of this attack. The Scorpion tanks are in good numbers now, but Phoenix's economy has been decimated. It's not devastated, but it is here, it is weakened, and it is not rolling the way he wants. Harvesters transitioning back to the main base, but that's going to dry up relatively soon. Harvesters on the blue going to be sharing the space with each other. Green 0 tapping both blue fields. We saw him skating up towards 3K in the bank, and now he's spent most of that. He's teched up, he's added the airfield, and Phoenix, I am worried for him as we transition into the late game. There's no transition into the late game. He's just going to go for it. He's hoping to do some critical late game or late mid-game damage here as he hunts for these harvesters. But these Scorpion tanks are so weak in face of all of these guns. He gets one Harvester, trades it out for 6, 7, 8 Scorpions. How many do you think it would be worth it? Well, maybe if he got 4, 5, 6 Harvesters. It is nowhere near that number. The last Scorpion falls. The last of the army of Phoenix gets annihilated. And this guy has basically nothing left for the rest of this game. Sure, he's got cash in the bank, 3,500, but his production facilities have been empty. His macro has been slipping. His economy was hurting earlier, and he just threw away his entire army. Green Zero finds the damage late in the series, targets down the SAM turrets, and these stealth tanks need to be hero stealth tanks to bring the comeback for Phoenix. Well, it's possible. We've seen stealth tanks work miracles in the past. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do it here today. Tib Core would be nice. 6 Juggernauts would be even better. A Marv would be even better. 7 Juggernauts, a Christmas present for Phoenix. Look at this guy. He's just wishing he had a ground army. I would take a dozen bikes at this point. That Catalyst Missile doesn't get much. Good on Green Zero. He sells off both of them. And I mean, he's harvested up most of this field. Anyways, most is a generous term because this is a gigantic field. Your natural expansion really is a double. Juggernaut's peppering a lot of shots to try and deal with one awakened squad member, and as the game draws to a close, Phoenix hasn't mustered much of a ground army to fight Green Zero with. That damage at the main base was the first domino to fall, but the damage at the natural kind of created a bit of a snowball that hasn't been stopped. Harvesters will be found. Radar jamming missile fires off, but these Harvesters, they are in short supply for Phoenix. Green Zero, in his last hope of the series, may indeed find his first win. I mean, again, just like with the last game, anything can happen, right? Right? But no. Not anything can happen. After the GG is called, Phoenix drops game number 3. Green Zero keeps his hopes alive. And will Phoenix stick with Marked of Kane, or will he pivot back to the good old classic Black Hand for game number 4? It's on to Tiberium Rift for game number 4 of this series. Hoping to mount the reverse comeback, the reverse sweep in the yellow, playing GDI. This is Green Zero. And on the opposite side of the map, switching it up once again, this time playing pink, playing Traveler. This is Phoenix. 2 excellent games with Black Hand. And then he got jumped on. He tried to switch it up to Marked of Kane, but he couldn't handle that early aggression. He did not expect it. He did not scout it, and he paid the price. Green Zero, sticking with Old Faithful. Well, this is a classic map, but with a twist. Tournament Rift, but a little bit of a twist into Tiberium Rift. Or Twisted Rift is, I think, the other name for it when it was called something slightly different. But GDI versus Traveler for game number 4. Phoenix could play this one out really dirty if he wants. Well, first of all, no Descent opening. A true transition away from Descent openings. Like many strategies, they do damage, they're good, then people figure out how to deal with them, and then they don't really do much anymore, but people still try them just in case they'll do something. And then eventually people, they sort of fall out of favor. And that's the opportunity for them to come back into favor as soon as people don't expect it. That's when you can bring it back. And the Descent's opening, well, against good players. Against you or me, maybe. Against me, it'll definitely do some damage. But against the good players, it really doesn't do much anymore. However, Phoenix may be lulling Green Zero into a false sense of security. Do a bunch of games with this Traveler with no Descent openings, and then BAM! Hit him with a Descent opening at some point. All that to say, very normal-looking opening of this game. A couple of Seeker Tanks moving out onto the map for Phoenix. It's not necessarily a big, aggressive move. We'll see what he chooses to do with it. Could be nothing at all. Might just be a big chunk of nothing. He's hoping there was going to be a refinery here that he could jump on the Harvester of. Hey, there is a refinery there, but it gets powered down immediately, so no Harvester. Predator tanks and a Watchtower are going to be the response. Almost perfect timing here from Phoenix, but honestly a little bit too early. The Predator tank is there. Green Zero's defense is solid enough. And the Seeker and the Seeker tanks back on off. Pitbull will show up at the natural of Phoenix, get a couple of shots against these Harvesters, knock some of their health bars down just a little bit. And he does scout the double refinery. Green Zero himself decides to go into a second War Factory first, but with how big this map is and how slow GDI units normally are, I wouldn't be too worried if I was Phoenix. Although he hasn't killed this Pitbull. This is kind of surprising. This Pitbull has done a worrying amount of damage. That Pitbull is not supposed to do nearly that much damage. That Pitbull is supposed to maybe knock off 25% health. Harvester transitions into the middle of the map nice and early for Phoenix. Maybe too early. Arguably too early. War Factory, on the other hand, is still pumping out units. Green Zero drawing a 0 on his bank account as he adds his 4th refinery into the mix. Descents out on the map for Phoenix. Could go into the stasis as well. He's got the nerve center here. He's got the stasis up there. Fast legs. Looks like it's about 60% done. So we'll be looking for those upgraded descents any moment now. Pitbulls are glad that the upgrades haven't come in because those descents would have been able to close that distance a bit more easily. And that Rifleman, well, Riflemen are good, but they're not that good. Descent's going to try and close in on these Pitbulls, clean them up one by one. The Seekers and the Gunwalkers are doing a pretty good job of that themselves. Natural expansions are being eaten up. It's going to be into the airfield for Green Zero. The tech up continues, but it's into the airfield as well for Phoenix. He gets a growth accelerator on his main base also. A little bit of a surprise there. Mines, big clear of these descents. Those mine drops were perfect from Green Zero. Knocks down a huge section of those descents. That was a lot of cash down the drain on those descents because of those mines. APCs are here as well. Watchtower is low power mode, but it almost doesn't even matter because the Predator tanks and the APCs are in high enough numbers that they cut through those Seekers and those Gunwalkers. Phoenix has tried 2-3 different things in the last couple of minutes, and nothing has shown up for him. He just drops a plasma disc launcher in the middle of these Pitbulls, but that is not actually what he wants. I don't know what that response was, but maybe he wanted it there all along, and it was just coincidence that the Pitbulls were also there, driving through the base, getting the scout, getting a couple of shots here and there, and it feels like Firehawks are going to be on the docket. But maybe not. It's going to be zone heads for Green Zero, at least for the moment. Doesn't mean we won't get to see some Firehawk action a little bit later, but for now, it's going to be cultists, and the zone heads will be the response. Green Zero dropping a lot of cash on these hammerheads. It's one of those things that When it hits, but if it misses, it is a lot of money down the drain. It's an expensive unit comp, and it can be difficult to transition out of when those little guys start exploding. Phoenix has brought some of the mind control tactics to the front line, and he has now scouted the zone heads. It's only one airfield worth of production, so it's not that many hammerheads out on the field if they swing into the wrong area, but the Prodigy gets sniped. The MCV was almost going to be grabbed, but the Prodigy gets annihilated there. And this is becoming a bit problematic. APC's getting grabbed, but the cultists move too far forward. Phoenix letting them fall to pieces. He's just letting them expire one after another. They get toasted and roasted by this GDI firepower, and that rifleman goes fully heroic, blasting through cultists. That was a huge series of mistakes. The dominoes have fallen. The snowball is rolling. Phoenix just threw away in the course of a couple of minutes close to 10 grand worth of units. A huge amount of money down the drain. He's going to get a little bit of return on that. Picks up a couple of APCs and Predator tanks. Green Zero is going to be not happy about that, but he'll be happier than Phoenix is, considering Green Zero is the one with 2 refineries on his 3rd base. It feels like Phoenix has tried 4 different attacks, 4 different tactics. The Prodigy, the Cultists, the Descents up here, the Gunwalkers down here, and every single one of them has been smashed to bits. Storm Riders cleaning up at least one of those zone heads, but trades it out for a Harvester. Again, I feel like Green Zero is going to be pretty happy with that trade. Phoenix picks up a couple of kills here, but really it's just a power plant. It's just a power plant kill. Green Zero will be happy to trade away 1 power plant for eliminating those Descents and not having to worry about them. Eradicator Hexapod and Tripods are still scary. They can still cause a lot of problems. Green Zero could be in a little bit of trouble here. He might lose some Harvesters. EMP would be key, but I don't know how many EMP options he really even has right now. Massive damage on this Eradicator Hexbot. If it sticks around for too much longer, it will die, and that is not worth picking up a couple of Harvester kills. He may have already overstayed his welcome. Nope, there's the blink away. Okay. The Prodigy was rebuilt. The teleport away does happen, and Phoenix keeps his hopes alive in this game. Tripods moving forward. They're going to be able to get the kill on that refinery, get the kill on 3 or 4 Harvesters here as well. Phoenix is finding a bit of strength late in the game. His Eradicator Hexapod has been saved. He gets the kill on a number of the zone heads. An expensive unit composition, but the last Gunwalker has gone down, which means these Tripods are very vulnerable. Nice blink away by those zone troopers running for the hills, and then back! They run immediately into the waiting arms of those buzzers, and now the teleport away of those Tripods. Green Zero may be able to recover 1 husk from that moment, but he doesn't get the satisfaction of crushing those last Tripods into the dirt. Phoenix saves them. That Prodigy is working overtime, earning his keep for sure. Eradicator Hexapod and Tripods all being saved from doom. It makes those what would normally be a risky movement, a risky attack. It makes it a very easy thing to do. I feel like this husk really needs to be taken over. Green Zero has other things on his mind, Tech Center being one of them. Tungsten Shell is a powerful upgrade, and now he does have it. Eradicator Hexapod moving out to the left side of the map. Engineer is going to grab that husk. No Storm Riders, so the slingshots aren't going to be much use. We'll try and keep an eye on that Prodigy. They can be slippery boys as they dart around the map. Sniper teams are here. Phoenix and Green Zero, they've made this into a much more even game. Phoenix was looking good, and then he had that series of mistakes, one after another after another. But it feels like he has given himself an opportunity to come back in this game. I feel like Green Zero is still in the stronger position, but I wouldn't count out some Cultist and Prodigy shenanigans. Sneaking around the back of the base. Storm Rider? These are tungsten shell slingshots. These gunwalkers, if they step too close to those snipers, will make short work of the sniper teams. More zone troopers inside of these hammerheads. With the Marv, this is actually a pretty strong unit comp that Green Zero has. The Marv is finding difficulty being constructed on the account of Green Zero not having any cash. Phoenix, with $4 grand in the bank, has a lot more options at his disposal. And he is still going to be chewing away at that third base tip field. But after that, he's not going to have much more cash under his control. Storm Rider goes for the scout. Sees pretty much the whole map. Eradicator Hexapod backs off. Phoenix a little bit unsure of what to do. We see him building just about every unit in the game. Cultists, Prodigy, Tripod, Packs, maybe even a Devastator Warship or two. Yeah, got one, a Devastator Warship. He's got buzzers. Oh, the snipe of the refinery. Where's that sneaky sniper team? That sniper team making its way along the north side of the map using the Juggernaut bombardment ability to snipe a refinery or two at the third base. Nicely done there. May actually be able to find the signal transmitter or some other sneakiness. No wormholes to worry about with Traveler. But that's not to say the signal transmitter can't be annoying. Juggernaut shots. Find the signal transmitter and shut it down. Stasis chamber could be the next target. This sniper team is dodging detection to the best of their ability. Anytime you're running a secret covert op like that, make sure your units are set to hold fire stance. You don't want them giving away their position in that way. Power plant goes down. Eradicator Hexapod can chew through these hammerheads. You got to be careful with the micro on them unless you've got the EMP powers to lock them down. This is 4 more zone heads to be potentially added into this mix. They currently don't have anything inside of them, but they will at some point. Oh, the secret tank finally finds the sniper team. Phoenix doesn't actually get the kill, though. He wasn't paying attention, unfortunately. That sniper team will survive. Phoenix lets it slip through his fingers, and Green Zero is losing opportunities moment by moment. He will knock down the warp chasm, which is nice, but hey, the Eradicator Hexapod already exists. And I don't know, in the last couple of minutes, it really feels like Phoenix's huge bank account and increasing Tib field control has brought him back in this game. Ah, that sniper team finally goes down. So long, farewell. A lot of Juggernauts out on the field. Green Zero has a massive army. The Slingshots, the Hammerheads, Juggernauts, the Marv, even the random infantry spread throughout. It is a very high-power army. And I mean, Eradicator Hexapod is good, but these tripods are going to have to be in the right spot, and they're also going to have air support, or anti-air support. Another snipe coming in here. Another refinery getting eliminated. As soon as these zone heads have the clearance to engage those tripods, the tripods will disappear. And that is the only hope that Phoenix has of, I don't know, of losing this game, but that is the major weakness of his army, is he just needs to worry about those zone heads. Well, maybe not, because the plasma missile batteries have already annihilated 2 of those zone heads before the engagement even happens. Cultists grab that tripod, turn it around, and Phoenix Oh, he hunts down another set of snipers in the north. Another team goes down. Eradicator Hexbot steps forward, but no EMP options here from Green Zero to deny. Oh, it's going to be the phase. It's not actually going to be the teleport away. It's going to be the phase, but that means Wormhole on top of this army. It's going to be the march of the tripods to come through and go for the crush as these juggernauts get eliminated one by one. The EMP finds that Marv and locks it down. Tripods closing in from every direction. Phoenix is here to stay, and these cultists aren't even needed to close the deal. The last of these units will fall, but actually the tripods are unprotected. The zone heads have free range, and the Eradicator Hexpod comes out of the phase, but it gets blinked away. All of the tripods are completely exposed. These hammerheads have no opposition at all, and this army is going to be up for grabs. Whoever grabs these husks wins this game. Whoever grabs control of this part of the field has control of the game. This is so much cash on the ground. Green Zero just found a way back into the game, and it was the phase. No, Green Zero snipes every single husk. He takes them down. He doesn't want them for himself. He has no way to recover them this far, this close to enemy territory. He snipes absolutely everything. The phase, it saved the Eradicator, but it took the anti-air out of the equation. A Marv, a sneaky Marv in the corner of the map. The Planetary Assault Carrier, I think, just got eyes on it, and Green Zero keeps hope alive. Nope, the Prodigy will deny it. Cash back, and the Zone Troopers as well. Engineer, cash down the drain, unfortunately. They might grab a Juggernaut. That would be pretty funny if he grabbed a Juggernaut in this moment. He's going to get a Juggernaut and he's going to get away with it. I cannot believe that Engineer walked out in the face of all of that, grabbed a Juggernaut husk, and is now going to walk away with it. Phoenix, so much money down the drain. The Eradicator Hexapod plus all of those tripods. I cannot believe the Hammerheads actually came through in that moment. It was like that moment where it just clicked, oh, there's no anti-air. And it's just, then the tripods all explode. That wormhole trapped the tripods close to enemy units, and that was basically it. That was the end of all things. Drone ship back onto the front line. Phoenix is hoping to get his economy rolling again. He has been harvesting from basically empty fields for a good long while now, which means despite all of his refineries, despite all of his harvesters, he actually doesn't have very much income and very much cash in the bank. This is his most cash-rich area, and it doesn't have good access to a refinery. Harvesters getting hunted around the edges of the map by these hammerheads is always annoying. Plasma missile batteries are a huge problem for a hammerhead player. They will annihilate hammerheads so quickly. I don't know. Is your only hope to fly over this mountain and knock down a couple of these power plants in quick succession? I guess you could come in from this northern angle, swing around, knock down these 3, 4, maybe even this power plant before they'll tag you. Phoenix just lost a lot of harvesters. That was 4 or 5 harvesters at least. He's got the seed Tiberium, so the Ichor seed gets called in. He will have that. Green Zero has pretty much existed on these 2 fields, and he had such a high value engagement, such an amazing ratio engagement. He hasn't even needed the EMPs, really. Eradicator Hexpod walking back. No third. Oh, no. Okay, he's got the Prodigy. So can blink forward to try and chase down these hammerheads. Another Marv is on the way. The last one was a proxy Reclamator hub, but this one is going to be a bit more conservatively placed and will be a bit more safely guarded. Will be the immediate sell of that Reclamator hub to get the last Zone Trooper to jump inside of that Marv. No money in the bank, though, for Green Zero. He has so little cash on hand that he could not finish that last... Oh, the sniper team. Orca Strike getting called in. And I think the sniper team is going to... No, there's only like one Juggernaut on the map. Never mind. I'm not sure that it's really worth it. Orca Strike comes in. Hammerheads do not follow, although the Hammerheads could have sniped these tripods. The Orcas do give good vision, so that you can kind of see what you're walking into. Mechas could be outfitted with anti-air. I assume they are, so that they can knock down these Hammerheads. Hammerheads will try and dance on the edge of range there. The Eradicator can be deceptive. Green Zero trying to keep his hopes alive. I cannot believe that Phoenix has been in basically every position in this game. Shockwave Artillery fires off. There's the blink forward, completely negates it. Green Zero spending himself into the poorhouse, but that is a huge amount of damage. And oh, the Eradicator Hexapod was distracted. But it doesn't matter. Teleports away. Phoenix blinks out of that Shockwave Artillery. There's the scan. It reveals everything. Green Zero knows what just happened. Well, specifically, he knows where the Eradicator Hexapod ended up. Of course, he knew what just happened, but he knows now exactly where it ended up. Give some eyes on the Prodigy as well for just a moment. Mechapedes dancing their way around the map. Hammerheads, Marv, Juggernauts, and Slingshots all making their way forward. And Green Zero says, you know what? I've had enough of just hanging out on my side of the map. I want to see what the north side of the map looks like these days, because it's been a little while since I've seen the northern side of the map, at least with an MCV. Mecha gets sniped. Not a single Hammerhead goes down. 2 Mechapedes eliminated, and not a single Hammerhead gets eliminated. I mean, this is a lot of veterancy hanging around these Hammerheads. Only one of them is actually veteran, but inside of them is vet, double vet, and a heroic zone troopers. Refinery's getting targeted down. This Eradicator Hexapod, it is not exactly safe. Wormhole will take the tier 3 away from Green Zero. Phoenix, he's doing what he can to slow down the building juggernaut of this late game GDI. Green Zero looking like he was out of the game earlier, but now as soon as this Eradicator attacks something on the ground, the Hammerheads aren't safe. They find the kill! No blink away this time. That's a dead Eradicator Hexapod. That's half of the anti-air eliminated for Phoenix's army. He's going to have to restart that Eradicator Hexapod from here. Shock Troopers coming forward, and Phoenix has not been found out yet in the top left-hand corner of the map, but that is where Green Zero's army is now headed. These zone heads have been so unbelievably cost-effective in this game. They have gotten so much value over the course of this match, and now sniping those Shock Troopers, denying that sneak attack around the edge for Phoenix. MCV sets up. Plasma missile battery gets knocked down. Maybe a Hammerhead went down, but these Hammerheads have been repaired quite a lot. If there was a cost to repair, that would be also draining Green Zero's bank account. But in this case, he's just going to take back his ancestral home, which, unfortunately for him, has been pretty much cleaned of any Tiberium. Not a lot of Tiberium left by these Scrin boys. Juggernauts are big into missing. They're not so good with those moving targets. And Phoenix, at one point, he held what felt like all of the momentum in this game, in this series, but here it is turned around so many times in game number 4. Green Zero's last chance. I guess he's been on his last life, last game, and this one. And if he wins this one, he'll be on his last life in the next game as well. But the momentum has turned around. Phoenix started this series strong, and he is faltering now in game number 4. Playing quite well for part of this series, but unable to close it out here in the last moments. Rifleman comes in for the scout. Rifleman gets sniped. Massive air armada is here for Phoenix, but slingshots with tungsten shell are an appropriate answer. Green Zero, he's got cash in the bank. Shockwave Artillery, I think, has timed out now. So as this Eradicator Hexapod has come back onto the field, there is still an opportunity to nuke it with an EMP and then lock it down. These Hammerheads are going to kind of accidentally spot this Eradicator Hexapod. Shockwave Artillery fires off. Blink forward. It doesn't happen, though. It's going to be the phase. Oh, the phase will save it. The damage will come out, and Green Zero could try and camp over top to get the kill as soon as it revives. But it looks like he is not going to stick around for that to happen. He's going to wait a couple of moments. The Juggernauts don't want to get crushed by the Eradicator, so. MCV is going to go down. Lightning Spike is harassing this Harvester and this Refiner. It looks like that Harvester will go down. And Juggernauts, they're going to be, I don't know, forced to escape, forced to run away. Blinks away at the first possible moment. That Eradicator Hexapod is out of phase, and now it's on the other side of the map. Phoenix, he's come so close to buttoning this one up, and it just hasn't been able to happen. Both of the tib spikes still in this game. The plasma missile battery is well positioned enough to protect Phoenix from the drive-by of those zone heads. And that Harvester is going to go for the long-distance mining. Planetary Assault Carriers are here. Gunwalker's getting sniped right at the edge of range. Prodigy is here as well, but the ground is being littered with the bodies of these tripods. Prodigy gets sniped. Hammerhead's taking some massive shots from that Eradicator, but most of the Hammerheads escape, and all of the packs go down. The entire air armada falls to pieces. The Devastator warships survive the onslaught, but not the Planetary Assault Carriers. Again, so much cash down the drain for Phoenix. Maybe tripods and then, like, Shard and Gunwalkers would be the answer. The Corruptors left out on their own, blasted to bits by these zone heads. Some of the heroics did survive. Who knows who died in that engagement with the Eradicator Hexapod, but at least one or two of the heroic zone troopers have survived. No husks for you, says Green Zero. He does not want to give the opportunity for the quick comeback into the game for Phoenix. All right, the barracks is back online. 3 fresh Hammerheads have been added into the mix, and we are in an eternal struggle. Green Zero tries to set up a base. Phoenix smashes it down. Green Zero destroys the army with zone heads, and the rest of Green Zero's army basically dies. And then we reset, and we do the same thing again. You can feel the somewhat conservative play coming to bear here. Maybe it is the weight of the event, the Winter Championship of 2022, causing these players to not play quite as ruckusly as they might otherwise. The semifinals in the upper bracket, it's a lot easier to advance on to the grand finals, to be the champion in an event that Bike Rush isn't playing. It's a lot easier to do that from the upper bracket than from the lower bracket. Senna, Dimitri, Shoktrepet, whoever Masterleaf beat. I don't remember. Who was that? Oh, Rex. Rex, all waiting in the lower bracket. I think Drive as well. I actually don't know where. I just realized Drive is not in the top 8 of the upper bracket. He's somewhere, but he's not in these best of 5s. So yeah, that lower bracket is going to be a bloodbath. And I mean, your next match isn't easy. Futurama is waiting for you, whoever wins this. And I mean, initially it looked like Phoenix was going to run away with it. Blink forward of the Eradicator Hexbot. How many Hammerheads can he claim? 1? None! No! Not a single Hammerhead! And it's not low power mode, which is really what Green Zero was looking for. He gets another Harvester. He's going to get a couple of Husks. He's going to get the Planetary Assault Carriers as well. Those slingshots jump on the first one, jump on the second. Area Mind Control disrupts the remainder, and actually every single slingshot except one gets burned down there. The perfect combination of abilities by Phoenix. But Green Zero is starting to encroach on Phoenix. You know what can't outrange Juggernauts is plasma missile batteries. The Zone Heads beat basically everything that Phoenix has, except for the plasma missile batteries, and the Juggernauts beat them. Eradicator looking for a kill here. Finds maybe a bit of damage against one Juggernaut. Ugh. Swing and a miss. That's like 7.5K that's been spent on Shockwave Artillery this game, and not a single one has hit because every single Shockwave has been dodged by the teleport. Blinks away. All right, 2 MCVs for Phoenix. He loses his... I actually don't know. How long is this game? 100,000 minutes? He loses his tip spike after however long it's been in this game. Massive action in this game. Full rotation. Every side of the map just about. Green Zero finally finding a bit of room to breathe after being cramped and contained in this little corner of the map way down in the south at his 3rd. He finally has space to breathe. He finally has a little bit of room. This Eradicator, okay, no. I was gonna say it could end up in a bit of a bad spot, but it can always blink away. So that Prodigy really saving that the Eradicator in that sense. Annihilator tripods, packs, and Devastator warships moving forward. Blink forward of that Eradicator. Did he go for the heroic one? No, he didn't. Okay. Heroic slingshot survives. A heroic slingshot with tungsten shell just does insane DPS. Sniper teams are here. They're making their way out onto the field. Zone heads return back home. Zone troopers get cleaned up by the Devastator warships. And, well, the packs are going to go for as many Hammerheads as they can. Tungsten shell is nice, but there's only one thing that has it here on the front line. The tripods escape for the current moment. Zone troopers going big into the kill for them, deep into enemy territory, but they just won't find the kill against those tripods. It's going to be up to the slingshots. Look at that guy. He has got massive guns on him. That heroic tungsten shell just slices through the atmosphere, igniting the atoms as it slices towards those aircraft. Look at that. Annihilation. Those tracer rounds are comically large. And that boy is speedy enough to dodge devs. Warp Chasm is here. Another MCV has been produced. That might be the same as the other one that was floating around. There might be 3. You don't know. He can do whatever he wants. Blink forward of the Eradicator. This is where the EMP would be key, but it will not happen. One more Juggernaut will be crushed. Go for 3. gets 3. Can he get a 4th before he blinks away? The answer is he doesn't need to go for that. Not a single one hits. Unfortunately for Green Zero, he is going for the snipe on the other side of the map. He's going to go for the tier 3. He annihilates that with the help of the Juggernauts. Doesn't finish off the warp chasm. That orbital bombardment is expensive, but it is worth it. And once again, Green Zero finds himself in dire straits. But it feels like every time he's in a bad situation, he enters that bad situation with 1 or 2 more hammerheads than he had last time. Might need an airfield up in the north so that you can repair those. Oh no, the slingshot! His last dying breath, he kills the last planetary assault carrier, but he gets himself annihilated. Airfield is still here, but tier 3 has at least gone down, although the signal transmitter is still around. All right, there's the blink forward. Eradicator Hexpod is going to take a ton of damage. Trade out for 1 or 2 hammerheads. Sure, who even cares? He got the Eradicator Hexapod. That's a blink and a miss. A mistake from Phoenix. He thought he could do a lot more than that, but it won't happen. If these power plants go down, then suddenly Phoenix's lights go out and Green Zero's hope comes alive because the zone heads can race around the map and knock everything down on the ground, send him into the dark ages, and Phoenix is forced to sell off. He calls in a mothership. Are you kidding me? He calls in a mothership. Is he hoping that he can chain into his enemy? He's going to have to sell off everything in the south. Oh, he cancels it. The sniper teams are here, so Green Zero is aware of any move that Phoenix makes. And no, Phoenix instead decides to call it quits. He sells off the entire base, and he heads for greener pastures. Truly greener pastures. The mothership is out on the map, though. The catalyst cannon in the right spot could be doom and disaster for our GDI player. Green Zero has fought from the absolute edge of defeat for every square inch of this game, and it feels like he has had so many chances to win this game. He hasn't been able to close it out. Phoenix, it feels like he's had so many chances to win this game. He hasn't been able to close it out. Round and round they go. The tripods once again annihilated. The anti-air weakness exploited for the upteenth time. The MCV under threat. Every harvester goes down. Phoenix calls it quits. GG, and the shockwave misses for the final time in this game. Not a single hit of the shockwave artillery. Not a single shell landed with its intended target. Phoenix outstripping Green Zero in economy by 30,000 credits over the course of that game. But I guess when you divide by the minutes, it's not actually that much difference. 800 credits a minute between these two. What a game for Green Zero to come back from the 0-2 start. And now it's 2-2 to send us into the ace match. And it will be here on Tournament Highlands that this series finds its conclusion. A rough start, but an incredible finish there. Game number 4 going down in the ages, going down in the books as one of the greatest games of the ages. In the blue, plain black hand, this is Phoenix. Returning to those Nod roots, returning to Black Hand for this game number 5, and sticking with GDI every step of the way. This is Green Zero. He's back to orange, which, you know, it is the canonical color. So you've got that going for you, but this is where it all comes to an end. Of course, we are not saying goodbye to either one of these players at this point. It's a double elimination playoff bracket. They have a chance. Whoever wins has a tough road. Whoever loses has a tougher road, and it will be a fiery start to this game. The Rifleman kind of scouting the wrong way. Green Zero may suspect something like this in game number 5, but what an opening here for Phoenix. I expect him to do a relatively conservative version of this. There is the Pitbull Scout. No, it's an even more conservative version than I expected. Wow, one flame tank and the sell-off of that operations center. Not immediately, which makes me think that that was an attempt at a Reckoner, and he was just going to go for the second operations center on the other side of this field. But no, he gets the operations center, maybe gets an upgrade on the power plant, and then sells it off. And I guess that Black Hand Squad will burn down a couple of Tib spikes if he can. And other than that, he's going to have a good time. Pitbull's out on the map. They're going to hope to keep tabs on that flame tank and make sure that it doesn't cause any real problems for Green Zero. Phoenix returns to the Flame Rush roots of this series. We'll see if it pays off for him here in game number 5 with everything on the line of this series. Pitbulls are going to be rocking up to the natural expansion. They see no refinery, and indeed, the refinery has barely even started. The War Factory is at the main, and this Black Hand Squad is burning down that Tib spike. Flame Tank remains untouched for now. It has snuck its way mostly along the southern edge of the map, and it may find some critical damage in the coming moments. First Tib spike gets burned down. Flame Tank comes in low power for this refinery, but it will be a kill of this refinery. The power plant will go down as well, but it might be the MCV that's the real target for Phoenix. This Flame Tank has so much time. It's going to be a power plant block. No, okay, so he goes for the pack up. The MCV doesn't take a lot of damage when it's in mobile mode, and this Flame Tank is now just going to turn its guns to that power plant, and Green Zero takes some healthy damage on that MCV, but not game-ending damage. And instead, it will be the Tib spike that pays the other price, and that is about as good of a opening as you could hope for, given how Phoenix started. Gets a refinery, gets some big damage onto the MCV, gets both Tib spikes and a power plant. It's not game-winning, but it is a really solid opening. Third refinery, second War Factory out on the field for Phoenix. He is looking solid. He is looking healthy. The return to Black Hand seems to be a return to form and domination here in game number 5. Pitbulls exploding. Well, bikes exploding as well, but Pitbulls exploding more so than those bikes. And a second power plant. Don't forget to kill off those Rifleman squad, but he's going to get a third power plant as well. A comical amount of damage done. I guess not comical, but a respectable amount of damage done by Phoenix here in this game. Burning down Green Zero step by step. And Phoenix is going to take the blue Tiberium as well. Perhaps a little early, but we will grant him this stretchiness. We'll grant him that choice to be able to have the ease of selecting when he takes that blue Tiberium. Bike Buggy searching around the map, hoping to pick up a couple of kills, hoping to find a weakness and exploit it. They're going to find it. Harvester is exposed. More than one may go down here as the radar jamming missile fires off, and that is going to be one harvester killed. Mine drop does happen as well. Those APCs trying to protect their harvesters by warding away these bikes and these buggies. Phoenix, after getting the refinery kill, after getting all of the power plants, he gets a harvester as well. It's a main base harvester, and it's not a total disruption of the economy of Green Zero. He is still rocking and rolling with all of his harvesters and refineries that he has, but it is not the kind of disruption that you would like to see at this stage of the game. Dozer Blades finishes up for these Scorpion tanks, but the late game can be shaky for a Black Hand player. Whereas the late game for GDI is rock solid. You've got a million options, and Green Zero is now transitioning into that late game GDI. It's not going to be an airfield, but it is indeed going to be a command post into a barracks as he looks towards that last big Tiberium field. Chemical plant has now been added on. Harvesters could be targeted. $6 grand in the bank for Phoenix, and he has got lots of bikes to finish off any weakened harvesters that may be hanging around the base of Green Zero. But no, he backs off completely. He does not go for the scout. He doesn't go for the kill. He's got lots of cash in the bank. Okay, there we go. He's got enough money in the bank that Tib Catalyst missile didn't even bring him below the 6K bank, the 6K mark. Harvesters are here. They're ready to go for that blue Tiberium. Scorpion tanks are guarding the blue Tiberium in the north. Green Zero is going to look for a little bit of a backstab, and Phoenix should have noticed this as he transitioned into a different point on the map. Engineers coming out, possibly in a warning sign of the Marv that is to come. Phoenix is going to take a little bit of damage, will lose a power plant, lose a refinery as well, but these main base refineries are pretty low effort at this point. They're not worth very much to either player, but Green Zero will get the forced sell at the last second there as these Scorpion tanks chase away the Predator tanks. The Preds are better, but the Scorpions have far superior numbers. Bikes looking for that opening, looking for that opportunity. Phoenix, he's got lots of cash in the bank, and he may pay for it with this Redeemer. He doesn't have a lot of forces nearby, but he does have a laser fence to buy time as these swift nod forces close in on these Predator tanks. Bye-bye, Preds. It was nice knowing you, but you are not long for this world. The APCs as well have expired. No railguns for those Predator tanks. Where's the Marv? No, seriously, where is the Marv on this guy? Ah, the engineers were for the Tib spikes. The Marv is not yet come to this world. Like Christmas, you have to anticipate it every day of the year, but the Marv will show up eventually. Like Santa, red, jolly, with a sleigh and a suit. But the sleighing that the Marv does is spelled a little bit differently. Preds get annihilated. Engineers take the Tib spikes. Well, the second engineer, I assume, will take the Tib spike. Harvesters could be targeted. Tib core missiles make short work of those harvesters as these bikes transition to greener pastures, looking, well, maybe redder pastures, looking for those harvester kills. There are 4, 5, 6 harvesters here. They are not completely unprotected, but they are largely unprotected. Radar jamming missile fires off there, trying to distract Green Zero, trying to make his response a little bit more difficult. It's going to be the Tib vein detonation that does some big damage to the harvesters, but not enough to kill them all off. Flame tank comes in. Rage Gen is going to be the next thing for the bucket list of a Black Hand player. This engineer still has not jumped inside of that Tib spike. Phoenix takes the middle of the map. Railguns have not been purchased. Rage Gen is ready and waiting, but no engineer inside of that Redeemer. It makes me a little bit nervous. Green Zero looking dead in the last game. Phoenix looking like he had everything going for him, and now again, the repeat of this game, but Green Zero won the last game. Those extended late game GDI fights, well, sometimes Green Zero is the one who wins those games, and so don't count him out yet. He's going to come knocking on the main base of Phoenix. He's going to knock that down. Rage Gen fires off, and this Marv can't turn away from the fight just yet. No EMPs to lock it in place, so he can eventually reverse move away from the action. These rockets going heroic is not good for Phoenix. Ranking up on these units, getting a couple of purifiers, getting a couple of beam cannons, a couple of harvesters as well is not good for Phoenix. Sonic emitters, juggernauts, Marvs, the late game GDI comes alive here in game number 5. Bikes are looking for that last-minute backstab. It's on their wish list of this series, but they just can't make it happen. Green Zero, holding up multiple attacks at the same time, is hoping to backstab while slamming the front door in the face of this Redeemer. The Redeemer dangerously low on health, double flame, no engineer, leaves it vulnerable, no stealth on these harvesters, means 2 of them explode. Green Zero is finding the damage in the middle of the map, late in the game, late in the series. He finds a way to make it work. The Purifier goes down. Are you kidding me? The Purifier goes down, and the Predator tank gets one last shot on that War Factory. The Rage Gen hasn't saved the day. The one clicks haven't sealed the deal. Phoenix is running out of options. He's running out of cash, and he is running for the hills. Green Zero takes game number 5 as he sends Phoenix packing to the lower bracket. Are you kidding me? Game 5, the reverse sweep makes it happen. An unceremonious finish to that last game, and Green Zero will advance to fight Futurama in the upper bracket of the Winter Championship. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you so much for watching this incredibly long video. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is Sybert signing out.